I need to work on this Leviathan, but I don't have time. Hey, hey, hey. What is up, cutouts? Looks like we're streaming on the tube again. This time, cross out. Next time, probably also cross out. Who we're gonna kid? A lot of helicopter blades. Take a look at our challenges. I'm pretty sure they've all reset. Also, hold on a second. Sorry for yawning. It's late-ish where I am. Let's increase the master volume so you guys can actually hear what's going on in the video game. A little bit too much. Let's reduce that. Greetings, Walrus King. Well, I'm glad that you love the content. I appreciate that. What do we have to do anyway? We have to destroy, use autocannons, regular cannon, shotguns, complete a battle. That sounds possible. That doesn't even say win. Machine guns. Oh man. Any weapons. Destroy movement parts. All right. So let's check to see if blah blah blah. Let's see if the current game mode. Oh, confrontation's not up. That tells us, take that, bitch. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. We're gonna take it to some cannons. Let's get a little bit of cannon gameplay in. I love how much damage mammoths do. You're looking at like incredible damage. Incredible damage. Thousands of damage per shot. Well, 1,000 of damage per shot. Pretty good. You know, what's really interesting, greetings Samantha Hatcher, what's really interesting to me is that other cannons, like linear cannons, just, I used to be a fan of them, but they just, I don't know. They just seem to not pay the bills. Does that make sense? Like, they just don't seem to hit hard enough. What? Ah, son of a bitch. Stupid bot. Greetings, Wither Boss. I'm doing all right. A little tired, but thank goodness it is Friday and a 3-day weekend in America. As everyone knows, as you know, everyone knows, Monday is a holiday. Only a fool would know what the Monday holiday was. I agree with what I said too, Samantha Hatcher. Though I could take a break after I'll play a couple rounds, make a new executioner spider. It'd be interesting. I've always liked executioner spiders. I've always like this was my original super meta build. It was my original CW build. I know they fell out of favor, which is why I don't use them, but I could still use them. Ashley, don't do it, you bitch! You bitch, Ashley, no. Dang it. So we've got a harvester on this guy. And well, now it's just a gun on the front. There we go. And now it's no weapons. We gotta deal with Ashley. Emma! Who the heck is Emma? Have you ever been in one of those situations where, like, well, now it's time to deal with this other lady, and then you turn around and it's an entirely different lady? Yeah, that's the situation that I just ran into. Like, who this? We're gonna hide here until I see shots come back. I don't want to get shot today. I'm stuck. I want to get 2 legendaries, but I'm not sure what to get. I want Cyclones. Good choice. So, dual Cyclones is... Oh, that was a terrible shot. Dual Cyclones is a phenomenal choice simply because of the fact that it works in raids, it works in P, it works at 9k, it works at 11k, it works all over the place. Also, unless you're going all the way in on the new Odin generator, triple Cyclone actually stays kind of out of reach, to be super honest. Are we gonna win this? Did we just win this? I mean, super easy, fairly inconvenient. I'm gonna try and land this shot. Never mind. I'm gonna pick this guy up. Never lose control of your build, chat. Oh, we're in trouble. I just watched two of my allies' guns get blasted off. Choked. Don't choke, don't choke, don't choke. Okay, we're in trouble. We're not in trouble anymore, chat. Okay, we're in trouble. We're gonna die. Block it with the butt cheeks. Block it with the butt cheeks. Phew. Not even close. Not even close. Ignore this on last legs. Survive at barely any life thing. That's not even close. Not even. See what we got. Ooh, CK. Let's see. I don't have. Wait, there's an Odin CK. That's hilarious. For the Hammerfall. I don't have any Hammerfalls. I also don't have any of the old Equalizers. I don't have any Mandrakes, and I don't have Lances, but I could get Lances. Of all these things that are most likely for me to get, I'll probably get the Odin. So I'll take that. That not work? Okay, there it goes. Let's get our crappy, probably engineer badges. Plastic. Ooh, 10 units of plastic, Ritzy. You're thinking porks because they hit really hard, but they're also really slow velocity. You have a gas gen, 3 1x4 frames, an RC cooler, and 3 sinus O's. And no wheels. I don't even know if that's possible. I don't even know if that's possible to have. Sinus boat with hovers is really strong. Remember, she did say she has no wheels. So that is clever.
Porcupine is actually a legendary weapon.
Porcupines are not legendary weapons. Porcupines are relics.
It felt so cool.
Good job, Samantha Hatcher. Okay, so as an aside, remove this from the garage because we're actually going to make a build, but before we do, we're going to go over to ye old, crafting tech tree. We're going to take a look at the legendaries that exist. So you can't really get Vindicators because they're expensive. You can get Imp. Actually, they're even more expensive. What? Maybe I should buy Vindicators. Holy shit. Digressions. So you're looking specifically for 2 legendaries, is that correct? Like 2 golden weapons to carry you through these dark times. So the options are, obviously, Retchers. We'll just get that out of the way. I'm not a fan of dual Hurricane. I'm not a fan of dual Heathers, even though dual Heathers are very, very good. Fortunes are very, very, very strong. Dual, it depends on how good you are with cannons. If you're phenomenal with cannons, Mammoth, Tsunami, they'll get you all the way there. In fact, I know a guy, his name is Haynes. He is in one of the top clans in Crossout. He pumps uranium. It's great. He has 2 fused Tsunamis, and his clan does just fine. Like, he does Mammoth damage, but with Tsunamis. And recently, by the way, for those of us who didn't know, the reload speed on Tsunamis was actually cut to 6 seconds. I know that doesn't sound like much, or you might be like, so what? But the overall idea is that there's parity now between the cannons. Originally, these cannons did not reload at the same rate, but now they all do. So the Typhoon, the Tsunami, they went from like 6.6 seconds down to 6 seconds. They got like a 10% reload speed increase, and then the Mammoths also were cut to 6 seconds from whatever their crazy reload was. I do not like the Nidhogg personally, but you can make the Nidhogg work. Dual Hammerfalls, if you're a shotgun player, that is the correct answer, because you only need 2 for a full build, and they're great. They, in general, just are great. They have an excellent hitbox. They have, for their hitbox, they have great durability. They do great damage. Throw them on an Omamori. Cook. Wither Boss is just lying to everyone's face. I honestly can't recommend Reapers. They don't do enough damage. Cyclones absolutely do. I don't believe Dual Still Wind is enough. So, by the way, for those of us who don't know, of all the Z tier weapons, the Vulture is all of them. The Vulture is effing awful. It is, in general, the worst weapon in the game. That's not true. I mean, there's always the clarinet toe. There's always the clarinet toe. Technically, very technically, they're calling the flock a weapon in the same way the Enlightenment's a weapon. Dang right, I did. Cornpop82 super chat from Cornpop82. Yeah, I'll come back. I'll keep coming back, and you guys can't stop me unless you do. In which case, that would be sad. I mean, would you stop me? So, to put this in perspective, I actually said this in one of my videos, and this is true. In order to successfully get a kill with the SD-15 Vulture drone, you have to launch your drones in advance into an area where your enemy can, on accident, flip over, and at the moment they flip over, after they get locked on by the drone, they have to move in such a way that it drags the drone into their high explosives. And then it has to be enough of an explosion to kill them. And that's the only fucking way you can get a kill with this. If all of those events, if all those incongruent events come together, then you can get a kill with this. That's how ass bad the SD-15 Vulture is. Here's what's really silly. The Yao Guai is actually good. The Yao Guai is actually good. Like, I hate it, but it's actually genuinely good. It's basically the equivalent of any of these turrets, except you get to place them wherever you want. And they're in the sky, so they don't get run over. And more importantly, they don't block your goddamned allies, so your allies don't crash into them. But freaking the Vulture, ugh, it is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself. So what we're gonna try something a little bit different. So what we would normally do if we were creating a spider is we would take something like this and we'd just be like, oh, we're just going to use this 2x4 frame, and we're going to grab a cabin, and in this case we all know what cabin we're going to grab. It's just going to be the Hadron, because that's how we do. Then we're going to grab 4 legs, but this is where we're going to make things just a little bit different. I believe it's possible to averter 4 legs. And it's not Omni. That is not the correct answer. It is the Big Rams. So we're going to go with Big Rams. They have less mass, less tonnage, etc. But we're going to actually connect them with what we in the business, that's how we fancy people say business, how we in the business say a gap. That gap, hopefully, oh, that's right. And then one other thing, we can't use the 2x4. We actually have to use a 4x4. Forgot about that. That's also the caveat. Normally it would be a 2x4 legging, but we're going to increase it to a 4x4 legging because otherwise it won't work. Oh, magnificent. The flock actually does something to help. The toe is bad, but at least you can deal some damage with it. Yes, that's true, but god dang the toe. God dang you, no missile launcher. This one actually has to go forward a lot. That's the problem. So we're actually instead for the front frame, we're actually going to make it a 4x4 standard, and then we're going to actually grab the averter, I know. Everyone wants the Omamori, but we're not going to. We're going to grab the Averter. It's going to avert the cabin, and it's also going to, watch this, avert the leg. So, interestingly enough, that actually does connect to the leg. I've done this before. I'm a doctor. And we can test this by going here, and we're just going to throw on a 2x4, some crap, it doesn't really matter. We're going to do a 2x4 standard, why not? Place that here, grab some more legs, and we're going to put this one here. And we're going to put this one here. This is intentional. This front right leg is not on an averter. This is intentional because we're going to test it to see if anything's changed. I'm fairly positive that nothing has changed, but we're going to test it. So remember, the front right leg, not averted. Every other leg, averted. So when we fire this and hit this leg over here, look at 124 damage, which already you can tell that's averted damage. Unaverted leg, 162. So there you go. We're going to use... and which is, of course, 162. 60 explosive, 102 bullets. So, we're going to protect our legs the only way we know how. Poorly. With the Averter. Thus, giving them 23% whatever the hell durability, which is the equivalent of giving them 30% more durability on top of whatever they have. So that's 30 hit points for every 100 hit points. So that's 6 times 3, which is like 120, I think that is, right? 6, 12, 18, so 180 more hit points. So we're looking at 780 hit point legs. All right, cool. From here, because this is actually going to be interesting. So executioners are an interesting beast because they work pretty well when you have 2. They work pretty poorly when you have 3 or more, because you start fighting in those power scores where, you know, your guns aren't keeping up. But with 2, your guns can keep up. And also, this means that we can probably eke out an actual engine on this. The TOW is the best epic weapon in the game, trust me. You gotta stop, Witherboss. You're trying to screw people over. Greetings, Mikey Boy 86V. You're just trying to make people, you're just trying to start trouble. Alright, so we are not going to use the Thor. I just didn't want to count. I'm sorry. I'm being lazy, but that's just the way it is. So we're going to grab a King Mine Layer, because there is no time at any point ever that you run a Hadron without a King. And then we're going to grab our reload module, fused, of course. And pop. Alright, so we are at 15 of 16 energy, which means we don't need to go all in unless we want an engine. But I don't think we care. So we're going to go 1 shy of all in. We're not going to do a gas gen. We're going to probably grab us the bootstrap. I believe we've got the mass to play with. And so we've got our bootstrap, we've got our Hadron, we've got our King, we've got our reload modules. Let's see how fast we can actually start slinging damage down range. Not terrible. Nice. All right. And there you have it. There's the build in general. So what we normally, by the way, this is a minor aside, I would get a cabin that's small. And the reason why I want a smaller cabin is so that the executioners could both simultaneously touch the averter at the same time. But seeing as we're using a wider, slightly wider cabin, we're not even doing 9K with 2 executioners. Yeah. Works out just fine. What do you mean? But we're going into a little higher than 9K from here, but yeah, this is what we're doing. Can't stop me. Well, I mean, you could try, but... Oh, one of the other things is normally when I'd run this kind of build, I'd have a Doppler in the front, but, you know, times are tough. This is a bad idea. No, it's not. They'd have to punch through the averter to get in there. Ish. What up, Mikey boy? But yeah, no, there's a reason why this isn't as bad as you would think. God help me if I knew what that reason was. But no, executioners are very... What's a good way of phrasing this? Executioners are a critical hit weapon, right? So the goal with the executioners is to hit those hard to reach back teeth, right? You're not aiming to kill them via their cannon. You're aiming to kill them via their everything else. Damn you, Magilla Gorilla. So we need to do the following. So as you just saw, losing one of these legs is going to suck hard. And people are going to shoot you in the legs. So following things need to happen to make this build work. One, we need stilts. I know that doesn't sound like it makes sense, but we need them. So first, we're going to get stilts. But stilts cannot be placed where we want them. This is actually going to be significantly more difficult because of the placement of the averter on this build. I'm debating whether or not we just simply swap the averter out for a Doppler and call it good, but no, we're going to try. Because stagecoach style robberies are making a comeback. You really like the Annihilator drone, or you don't like the Annihilator drone? Annihilators are interesting. They originally were far too powerful, but they came down in power. Ah, well, you're giving me the I'm super innocent look, so that means that you use Annihilator drones. Because you're guilty. Let's see. Nope. Alright, we'll push this forward one. So, for those of us who don't know, the executioners are asymmetrical. This is due to this box that's on the back of them. And so that box can crash into stuff, and I'm trying to maintain the firing angles of the weapon as I armor it up. Additionally, we're going to do something I haven't done in a while. We're going to remove crutches. I know. Is that under interface? We're going to turn off ye old crutches. It's been a while. Put all these on button 5. There we go. And now we need to do settings. We need to not swap turning and steering. And not have the reverse rotation. Because it should be... Yep. Something like that. Or do I want to swap reverse rotation? I can't tell. Wanda, no. Okay, the answer is no, I don't want to turn off swapping reverse rotation. Because that's a mistake. We gotta take care of that right now. Because backing up, that was torture. Nope. Reverse rotation. Jiboku are bad too. Jiboku are... They're not bad, but they are cancer. Okay, there we go. Ish. We'll see if this screws me up. We'll find out in actual combat. Why not? Use a pretty paint? I'll use a pretty paint. Someone said the adapter has a faster reload than the king. Although I don't believe it's a reload. Yes, the adapter has a faster reload than the king. This is true. And it is reload. Just so most people don't know this, but the adapter is a reloading gun. So you have to go all the way over here into uncategorized weapons. Go all the way over here to the R3739 adapter. Two things. It is a pulse accelerator, which means that it's not buffed by energy weapon boosts. It's not buffed by explosion boosts. Nothing. It is a pure bullet damage projectile. So nothing really boosts the damage of the adapter, just like nothing boosts the damage of the Thyrus, and nothing really boosts the damage of the Scorpion, nothing really boosts the damage of the Kaiju, nor the Astraeus. None of these things get those random buffs other than universal damage increase, first of all. Second of all, the adapter is a reloading weapon, and so too is the Summoner and the Argument. These all reload. So if you want to fire these weapons faster, you want a faster reload module. So I'll give you an example. If we go to the exhibition, and then click on Ye Old Adapter, and then choose a great cabin that can definitely demonstrate to you the dramatic difference is the Echo. I am drunk. I can't seem to type the word Echo. There we go. So this is an adapter Echo build, right? So first, the Echo's perk improves your reload by 50%. So this is the adapter, 10 seconds on the ball with standard reload. As you can see, it's firing, it's shooting, pew pew pew, etc. And you'll just look at the number on the damage ball, and we'll just try and meet or beat that. So we're looking at 2,211. Exact same build, exact same everything, firing at that with reload boost. So remember, we're trying to beat basically 2,222. So if we beat 2,222, then we good. We good. There you go. So the adapter is a reload weapon. It is not a. It doesn't have a. It doesn't have a cooling function. Nothing. The adapter is truly reload. Echo the Dolphin. Hilarious. Anybody play that Sega Genesis classic? I actually played that on the Sega Saturn, and I didn't beat it on the Genesis, but I did beat it on the Saturn. So because the adapter is a reload weapon, yes, it absolutely does work in place of the King to bring down the reload of all of your weapons if you're utilizing it with the Hadron. But hold on a second, don't. Unless you're building a Leviathan, a reload Leviathan, don't do it. Sorry for coughing. And the reason why is you have to read the Hadron's perk. So, when you read the perk, it says it decreases the reloading time of all weapons by 15%, period. So, every weapon that equipped, 15% off, bang. Pretty good. Okay. Then, after everything gets 15% faster reload, it stacks and distributes it equally between all weapons, except for some reason revolvers. By the way, and this is a minor hilarious note, laser revolvers, such as the Athena, which is the only laser revolver, is not a revolver, so it will absolutely buff the Athena. I don't know why they did that. However, the most important part of this is the distribution can not speed up reloading by more than 40%. This is the reason why you don't use the adapter. It's not because that it doesn't work. It's because the adapter takes 4 energy. And it will exceed that 40% bonus to all the weapons that are equipped, if that makes any sense. So, you can do it, but odds are good that you don't need to. There you go. That should answer your question. Saying I played it is kind of misleading. I watched my brothers play it, of course. Echo the Dolphin, great game. I remember the Master System. Oh, Sega, you released too many damn consoles. Like, for those of us who don't know, I was a Sega fanboy. I really was. But, like, I had, you know, the monstrosity, Sega Genesis 32X, Sega CD, that literally where you plug them all into each other and it still wasn't as strong as a 3DO. That kind of shit. Yeah, I was there for that. Everybody was there for that. If you were a Sega fanboy, or fangirl, as it were, you were rooting for them. I'm sure you were rooting for them. You're like, come on, Sega, don't fuck this up. Don't fuck it up. You got this. They didn't got this. They didn't. They did not succeed in getting that. They fucked it up. Meanwhile, Nintendo was like, it's a Super Nintendo. What's it do? Plays games. GG! Oh no! You can tell who won the console war. Whose mascot is on whose primary system right now. Right? If I recall correctly, Sonic is currently running around on a Nintendo. Meanwhile, you know... Oh my lord. Alright, so we're good on this so far. We just need more armor. Also, you moved to PlayStation? Everyone did. That's because of an interesting thing that happened that I'm sure you're well aware of. And that would be that Nintendo fucked up. So, for those of us who don't know, that used to be way back in the olden days, the better days. Way back in the day, it used to be Sega versus Nintendo. And they fought it out. It was a brutal battle. Nintendo came out on top, but that doesn't really matter. That was what it used to be. We need ammo crates. Let's grab those now. But what ended up happening was Nintendo effectively won. They just won. Let's be completely real. There's a lot of math behind that and a lot of whatever. Screw that noise. They won. So Nintendo won the console war. Ultimately. But what ended up happening was, that is a terrible placement for that. That's not going to break off. That's just going to explode. You've always been an Xbox user. Xbox didn't show up yet in the console war in this history lesson, Witherboss. Cartridge versus CD, that's kind of what happened. I mean, basically what ended up happening was this. Nintendo screwed up. Nintendo had everybody. Nintendo had, back in the day, it was called Squaresoft. They're now known as Square Enix, but back in the day they were called Squaresoft. The reason why it's called Square Enix, they merged with a company called Enix. I'm not joking, and that's why they're called Square. But basically, what ended up happening was they ended up kind of, I don't want to use the word betraying because that's not entirely accurate, but they ended up basically going against not their IPs, but their partners. So that means that, like, Squaresoft, who made, I don't know, every RPG that you've ever played, if you've ever played an RPG ever in this entire freaking life, yeah, they basically betrayed them. They're like, nah, we'll do our own thing. And they're like, okay, well, we're going to take our Chrono Triggers and our Final Fantasies and our everything away. We're going to go to the new hotness. What's the new hotness? Sony. And Sony, this is the reason why, if you look, the continuation of all of the games from the Super Nintendo don't go to the N64. They go to the Sony PlayStation. Your PlayStation until Xbox, which you're on right now. Xbox versus PlayStation War came about in the early 2000s. Yeah. N64 was god tier. But, here's how good the N64 was. They sold it to you twice. Just kidding. They didn't sell the N64 twice. They sold the GameCube twice. That was some sneaky chicanery, by the way, for anyone who ever bought a Wii. The Nintendo Wii is a GameCube, by the way. I'm not joking. I don't mean that like, it's similar or anything like that. I actually do mean it is absolutely, literally, no lie, 100%. It is literally a GameCube. It is a GameCube, literally. What they did was they simply repackaged it, changed the exterior, and sold it to you again. And the reason why they were able to do that was because nobody bought it in the first place, so they had an excess of GameCubes just laying around. And two, the GameCube's technology was okay enough that it could handle becoming the Wii. Because again, if you've ever seen the Wii's games, they're not exactly groundbreaking. Zelda: A Link to the Past? Hells yes, the SNES Zelda, the OG Legend of Zelda. Actually, it wasn't the OG. Technically, A Link to the Past was the OG Legend of Zelda on the Nintendo. On the Nintendo? SNES? I think it was the SNES game. No. That was Nintendo. No. Hold on. Okay. But nobody correct me. If I recall correctly, A Link to the Past was the SNES game, but it wasn't the original Legend of Zelda. That's what it is. Sorry. Look at the Sony controller compared to the SNES controller. Gotta love the N64. I had a Wii. If you lift up the top, there's a slot of GameCube CDs and controller ports. Oh, those sneaky buttholes. But yeah, no, they really did just sell you the exact same console that didn't sell in the first place. That was genius, by the way. Because instead of like getting rid of their stock of all of their garbage stuff that nobody used, they're just like, I've got an idea. Okay, well, what's your idea, John? Why don't we, hold on a second, this will be weird. You're not going to like it, but you're going to love it. Sell it to them again. What? Just sell them the exact same? Yes. Are we going to change anything? The name. What's the name going to be? The Wii. Okay, cool. Is it going to be any more powerful? No. It's going to be exactly as powerful as it was before. So we're going into the next generation of consoles. The next gen of consoles using last gen technology. That is correct. And they did it. They didn't win. The Wii was ass. I mean, okay, so let's be clear. The Wii had games, true, but it didn't truly compete. It didn't compete with the Xbox and the PlayStation. Everyone knows that. The Nintendo Sony system that sadly fell through. Yup. Seriously though, they had no idea. I mean, I guess people just don't know how important it is to have third-party developers, or they do know, and well, they know now. Third-party development is what kept Xbox from excelling for a very long time. Once Xbox finally got third-party, so for the, I gotta be careful with what I say here, but the overall idea is Xbox needed partners, and so they're Microsoft, man, so they paid for them. They paid for their gaming partners. They just were like, we will exchange United States dollars and preferential treatment to you in exchange for exclusivity on our platform, and they needed to because Sony had all the IPs, right? Pretty straightforward. Yeah, the Wii was not a gamer's console, not by a long shot. It wasn't for gamers. The Wii was never for gamers, ever. When I was in college, there was this guy. He was a Super Nintendo nerd. And I don't mean that with any disrespect, but he really loved him some Nintendo. He drank the punch, and I didn't even know this. At the time, there was controversy, and I didn't know this because I didn't give a shit. I wasn't a console gamer, and apparently, how do I phrase this? The controversy and this huge argument way back in the day, this was in 15 years ago, was that Nintendo is a kiddie company. That was literally the argument. Nintendo is a kiddie company. It sells games to children. It's a kiddie company. That was the argument, right? And I unwittingly spoke to this cat and accidentally said, yeah, no, they market to children. Because they did. And this dude lost his shit. He was like, no, they market to everybody. Their games are E for everybody. And I'm like, no, dog. E means children. That is not what's up. That's not what's happening. They are marketing to children. I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, no, he was willing to fight me in real life for this. He was like, all right, well, I guess we're just gonna have to fight to the death with knives. And so I'm still here. You know what happened to him. You don't even need to hear the rest of the story. I didn't hurt him. No. But yeah, no, he was hard to the paint Nintendo fanboy. And so, yeah, pretty rough. Yeah, that's true, but here's the thing, and this is true quarter pounding. This is unfortunate, but Microsoft lost the console war. Most recent version. They won and then lost. Man, it's been a while, and I've signed a few NDAs, but I used to work at ye old $M, and what ended up happening was some stuff. Let's just say some stuff. Are we British now? But the overall idea is, and this is just, a story, so take it for what you will. But basically what ended up happening was Microsoft did win. With the Xbox 360, the console war was completely and totally dominated by the Xbox 360. It was an inferior system to the PlayStation 3, but it didn't matter. They had better third-party backing. They had the Xbox Live, which provided a multiplayer experience that didn't suck. Microsoft was never hacked, whereas Sony was, if anybody recalls that. But the reason why things went south for Microsoft was, and this is the only reason why anything ever goes south for Microsoft, they made bad decisions. They just made bad decisions. They were like, okay, so now that we've won the console war, who is our next greatest competitor? And they basically said, we know who our next greatest competitor is, right? Our next greatest competitor, and believe this is real. You can take this for what it is. You can either believe me or don't. They fully, wholeheartedly believe that the next best competitor to the Xbox, this is real, was some no-name, and I don't mean this as in like they knew it at the time. It was a hyperbolic game console that could play games well enough. Not play games well, not be more powerful, but play games well enough. And they basically, after all of their investigations into what could take them down, they were like, no, it's this new fake console from some no-name company that's going to show up. That's going to wipe the Xbox off the map because it's expensive to produce Xboxes. And so they're like, okay, so because it's difficult to produce Xboxes and all this stuff like that, our next greatest threat is this no-name company, non-existent gaming machine that's going to show up and be able to play Netflix. And that's what they said. They're like, yeah, and so what did they do? With the Xbox One, they said, with the Xbox One, we're here to make it not a gaming machine. You guys might remember this. If you guys remember that E3 that Microsoft got buried under, they didn't make a gaming machine for gamers. They made like a media machine. If you guys recall, the Xbox One was supposed to be your media center replacement, not your gaming center replacement. Meanwhile, and this is true, in the heart of Sony, do you know what was going on? Sony knew they lost the console war. They knew it. They were like, okay, the PlayStation 3 did not outsell. It did not outperform. I mean, it was a more powerful console. That's not what I mean by outperform. It did not outsell the Xbox. Xbox has a greater market share by a very wide margin. So who is our greatest competitor? And they said Microsoft. And so when the PlayStation 4 rolled out, they're like, this is a gaming machine for gamers. Gamers. All we care about is games and gamers. By the way, did you know it's more powerful? And $100 less? They buried the Xbox One. Xbox One never recovered. So for those of us who didn't know that, the Xbox One got completely fucked. Microsoft wouldn't let you know that. No one's ever going to come out and say, we lost the console war. They will never say it, but they lost. They lost hard. I know that because several people I knew who were working in Microsoft and Xbox were laid off like 2 days after launch. A lot of people were laid off immediately. It's because they lost. They lost so much money. It wasn't 2 days, it was 2 weeks. Nintendo marketed it as a toy to save the industry after Atari took a shit. So it was marketed to children to save consoles, period. Interesting story about that, Liquid Swords. Did you know that the only reason why consoles, specifically video games, were marketed towards boys was because of Toys R Us? It's actually, I'm not even joking. So you might be wondering, Toys R Us? What? That's a deep fucking take. The reason why video games were late... No, Samantha, that's not when I was laid off. The reason why video games were marketed towards boys and not girls was not because it's because girls and boys and video games, blah, 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 blah. It's because of the fact that Toys R Us had two sections, one pink section and one blue section, and it had to go under one of the two sections. So they were like, well, marketed towards boys. That's real. That's the reason why video games have been a boy thing. Mind you, it is truly our ineffable, unflapping dominance in video games that has maintained that trend. But regardless of that, the original reason why it started there was only because of the fact that Toys R Us had a boys section and a girls section. They had to put the console in one of the two sections. Is the PS2 still the best-selling console ever? I don't know. I genuinely don't know, Mikey boy. I think maybe I don't know. I'd have to look. I'm not a console player. Well, let's take a look. It might still... Yeah, it looks like it's a PS2. Yeah. 100%. PlayStation 2 is still the #1 best-selling console of all time. Damn. And yes, by the way, I have a PS2. The PS3 wasn't well made. Well, the PS3 had a lot of issues. It wasn't just its construction quality. Give me a second. The hell are... 1 second. AFK chat. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Looking for my glasses because I'm old. PS2 was banging. You know, the PS2 had like some of the best games of all time ever released on it, like Armored Core 4 Answer or something kind of like that. I loved Armored Core. You wish you had a gaming PC, but that's so expensive. Join the PC Gaming Master Race, peasants. The funny thing about the PC Gaming Master Race, and this is kind of messed up. So first of all, I am obviously a PC gamer. I've always been a PC gamer. Love PC games, blah, 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 jerk, 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 jerk. So here's the thing, though. I don't want to badmouth PC gaming, not because of any reason. I don't fear backlash from the PC gamers out there. I only fear... The only thing I fear is bees. No. The reason why I'm hesitant to talk bad about it is because, I don't know, I guess I'm just a PC gamer at heart, so... But the overall idea is that there is a downside to being part of the PC Gaming Master Race. And that is because even though, yes, 100%, you have a significantly more powerful system than any console, and we'll talk about that in a moment. The only problem is you have to replace it like every 2 years. Do you have any idea how expensive PCs are to replace every 2 years? You go to the trouble of getting a brand new PC, right? You show it off, you whip your E-peen out, and you slap people in the face with it. You're like, slap! Look at this! I'm the biggest and I'm the bestest. Look at that! I have the best gaming rig ever. And then, 2 months later, your small peepee, it's all shriveled up. It's just nothing. You're like, oh man, holy crap, Nvidia released their next fucking graphics card? I thought they'd stop at my graphics card. They never do. And they never ever will. And that's the problem, right? So, interestingly enough, and this is the thing that I said we would actually talk about and come back to, and we're already there. We're already back to it. The Xbox 360 is probably, and I like in retrospect, the biggest and most important. I don't want to say thing, but I guess the biggest and most important, thing that ever happened to gaming. And I mean that not because it was great. Let's get that out of your guys' minds. If you're thinking, oh, because it was so great, no. It was because it did something that no PC game or no PC could ever do. And it standardized the game market. I had the exact same PC for 7 years. And it was a great gaming PC. It worked perfectly. Do you know why? Was it because I spent tons and tons and tons of money when I made it? Yeah, I did. But that wasn't the reason. Here's the reason why. For those of us who didn't catch this earlier, it was because of the Xbox 360. The Xbox 360 standardized gaming so that when game developers made a game, they're like, oh, this has to run on the Xbox 360. Oh, okay. And so because they asked the question, well, will this run on an Xbox 360? They had to dumb it down. I don't mean to be like that guy. I don't mean to make it sound bad, but they had to dumb it down. They had to weaken the games. They had to make the games less resource intensive because they had to run on a 360 at the end of the day because they wanted to make money, right? And so that's what ended up happening. And it ended up doing something that I didn't expect, which was standardize the gaming market. So what that ultimately means is, or at least meant was, my PC, my gaming PC, lasted forever. Like forever and a day because of that standardization. It's kind of messed up. All the gaming companies had to make sure their game ran on a 360. And so it meant that you couldn't make a game that was too powerful. You couldn't make a game that was, pushing the limits of a system. And you guys might remember like Watch Dogs and all the other crap that they were like, oh man, look at this game. This game is going to be the best game ever. Look at this. The ray tracing. And then somebody from development leaned over and said, this shit's going to run on Xbox 360, right? And they were like, oh shit. Yeah, no, sorry. We're releasing Grand Theft Auto again. It's just going to look exactly like Grand Theft Auto. Our bad. It's going to look exactly like GTA again. Whoopsie. Because it's got to run on Xbox 360. That's where all the money is. It's just funny. And so for 7 years or so, during Xbox's reign, nobody had to update their PC. And it was a good time. And then the console wars shifted, and blah, 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 new consoles, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to bore everyone, so I'm just using blah, blah, blah a lot. Are you telling me this leg doesn't fit here? You sack of... There's got to be a way. You have this huge top-of-the-line gaming PC that I built myself on account that I'm a very skilled computer builder. And humble. Don't forget how humble you are, Samantha Hatcher. Don't forget your humility. Sometimes you are too busy, you know, not being... Oh, by the way, for those of us who wondered, because Mikey Boy indicated that he still has his Xbox 360, I still have mine as well. So, by the way, in case you were interested, you may or may not be. If you're not, that's fine. When I did work at Ye Old M Dollar, the first couple days that I was there, I was like, wait a minute, hold on a second. I have to know what this thing does. Again, I wasn't a console gamer, I was a PC gamer, right? And so I realized very rapidly that I unfortunately had to go and get an Xbox. I literally was like, I gotta go buy an Xbox. And so my Xbox, which I still have, is a... so if anyone remembers the game Resident Evil, not to name drop, you know, a franchise, but there was a version of the Xbox that was released during the heyday of the... How did this work before? There was a version of the Xbox that was released called the Resident Evil 5 Xbox. It's bright red. Anyway, that's my version of the Xbox. That's what I have. Not that that matters to anyone, but yeah, no. Not to flex on you guys, just flexing my sweet, sweet red Xbox 360. Left 4 Dead was a great game? Yeah, it was. Left 4 Dead was a very, 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 very good game. Left 4 Dead 1, I think... I don't know if I want to say it's better than Left 4 Dead 2, but I liked it more than Left 4 Dead 2. But I played a lot of Left 4 Dead, let's put it that way. Better or worse, for richer or poor, I played a lot of that game. Oh, man. You have a blue PS3? Interesting. Did that come with a specific game, or was that a specific promotion? You know, here's the thing. So Resident Evil for me was very interesting because I always wanted to play it. And I was a Sega fanboy. That's a problem. I'm gonna tell you right now, that's a problem. Because it took for fucking ever. Took forever for the original Resident Evil to come out in the Sega Saturn. Like, forever. If it weren't for the fact that you'd still be waiting right now. It took goddamn forever for that shit to come out. It had been out on the PlayStation forever. It was I was just like, oh, I guess it's just never coming to the Sega, to the Sega Saturn. I had given up, and then I heard, oh yeah, no, the original Resident Evil's finally coming out on the Sega Saturn. I'm like, oh sweet. Being a Sega fanboy, I'm like, sweet, all right, I finally get to play it. It was a really good game. Somehow that isn't linked. There we go. There we go. Wait, you really you think that Resident Evil is gonna, or sorry, Monster Hunter is going to outsell Resident Evil? Stronin wants tips on how to structure your frames for shotgun builds. Sure, it depends on the shotgun build. So that isn't a good answer. I know you don't like it, but it truly does depend on the build itself. So you're going to have to tell me offhand, if you would, what does your shotgun build look like? We're just going to throw on some APC doors like this or something and call it good. I'm going to be lazy. So when I say what does it look like, it means the following. There are shotgun builds that have both their guns mounted on an Omori slightly behind the cabin, ultra low with only a couple of cow catchers that reach up and try hover catchers that reach up and try and reach hovers. That's shotgun build 1. Shotgun build 2 is your standard wedge slope. Hold on, I'll just show you. Shotgun build 2 is your standard sloped wedge kind of build where you have a low front. It doesn't really matter if your guns are above and behind the cabin or next to or whatever, but usually it's your typical sloped pointy build. Shotgun build 3 are your maws, right? You've got your overhang, you've got your guns super protected. We're just going to grab. It also depends on the shotguns that you're referring to. In this case, I'm going to go with Spitfires. And that's only because it's more likely to show up here as this type of build. Your ye old maw build where your guns are super low and it's angled and looks like a mouth or a maw. The Witherboss, to answer your question, what introduced me to Crossout was, and this is true, you're not going to believe this. Ready, guys? A commercial. Ugh, I know, right? How did I become a victim of marketing? Like, it kind of disgusts you. No, but I was like watching YouTube one day, and there was a commercial for Crossout, and there was, I played World of Tanks, and I played War Thunder, right? I was huge into World of Tanks and stuff like that. I love tanks. I'm a tank aficionado. I love tanks. And I saw that you could make your own tank. Not a pre-built tank, but you could make your own tank. And I'm like, make your own tank? Do what you want? Hells yes! And that's what got me into Crossout. Big Rams not gritty as? Yeah. Because these legs, these Big Ram legs are all in an inverter. You can't do that with the gritty is. Love-hate relationship with Crossout you're saving for dual hammerfalls. Sean Fogel, I recognize you. You respond to many of my videos. Greetings, Sean. MH Monster Hunter World is still selling now, top 15 in the Steam concurrent with a 6-year-old game. I played Monster Hunter World and I played Heavy Bowgunner. A friend of mine was telling me that I wasn't truly participating in the game, and yeah, I wasn't. Fuck them. I shoot stuff with my pew pew. So what if you guys have to sharpen your knives and dance over stuff? I don't have to do that. I stay back and left mouse button. What are you gonna do? Fight me? Congratulations on getting your first Omamori quarter pounding. Wait, Stronin, you don't have to keep trying. You just have to tell me what type of shotgun build you're trying to run, and I can tell you where you should put your frame. The 3D Crossout Google ads that just that kill school Chromebooks. Yes. This is not a good looking build, but it will do for now. Let's get some shots downrange. Don't you do it, Damon. Oh, William, no. These are fused for projectile speed reload, if anyone was wondering. Bluebird, you're never late. What are you talking about? Oh my god. It's been a while. Okay, so I'll be honest. It's been a while since I've done manual controls. So forgive me if you see me sling shots off into the distance. We are in trouble. Darn it, beautiful boy. No, Aleezy. Screw you, Damon Bot. Okay, that thing's de-gunned. I can't afford to waste shots at it. I can't afford to miss shots either, but I'm doing that. We're gonna rush Beautiful Boy. Because I know he doesn't want to keep taking damage. Oh, Triple Destructor. Goodbye, my, well, everything that I love. Including my hit points. He's gonna kill me in next shot. Oh, managed to survive it. BattleBots, the TV show, was amazing. Did you know that BattleBots like continued into like 2000 and I think 2020 or so? Tons of stuff. What? This dude's still alive? Okay, he's not gonna be alive for long. Samantha Hatcher has commented on every video I've ever made. Thank you, Samantha Hatcher. Mikey Boy plays Gunlance. Hells yes. Heavy bowgun is the strongest in world. Light bowgun is in rise. Interesting. So the thing about heavy bowgun, like, to be honest, it's kind of stupid. This is off topic from Crossout, but heavy bowgunners and light bowgunners, they both use the exact same ammunition and deal the exact same damage per shot. The only difference is like their special attacks, and also light bowgunners get to move, whereas heavy bowgunners don't. You're basically very, very ultra slow. But I played back when, with the heavy bowgunner, if you just equipped a shield to your gun, which by the way was free, you literally just went into the gun editor and said, I want to put a shield here. Yeah, straight up, you just immediately become basically immortal. You basically auto block everything, and you're just ready to play. It's pretty messed up. But anywho, regardless of that, heavy bowgunners got this crazy thing. I can't remember what it was, but I know I can't. So I used the Xeno'jiiva set for basically infinite ammunition, but that doesn't matter because I used whatever that cowl was to make it so that I couldn't get knocked down by my own shots. So I was using the whatever the grenade gun is that is insanely overpowered. I can't remember the name of it. I'm sorry. I know I'm not the best storyteller. Long story short, every single boss fight was I would run up underneath the boss and fire grenades directly into the stomach of the boss like 20 times because I obviously was able to craft new ammunition because they let you do that in mid-combat. So you fired off, 3 shots or 6 shots and immediately crafted more ammunition, fired off 6 shots, crafted more ammunition, and because of the fact the high explosives didn't knock you down, you basically could continuously do that. It was knuck and futz, and you could down any boss immediately, like any boss, because you would kill it. Bosses didn't have that many hit points. I mean, nothing really had that many hit points in Monster Hunter. That was actually what I found to be quite interesting about Monster Hunter. You did damage in such low numbers. Is the Swiss Army Sword axe good? I actually couldn't tell you. Again, I was heavy bowgun only. I didn't do anything other than heavy bowgun. Nothing else. So someone would have to tell you other than me, and I don't want to be that guy who's like, yeah, it is. I don't know. I couldn't tell you if I had to. Oh, thank you, Solitude 10. I don't need to fire down range. Boop. Gotta dodge. So there's something near us. We're gonna keep moving. Oof. Oh my goodness, I have been on noob mode for too long. Ugh. There we go. Gotta hit deep. There's a guy here. Nope. Oof, 117. That's some good damage right there. Excellent, excellent. Here comes point blank range fighting. How did I miss? There we go. So this is one of the type of shotgun builds, even though it's not using shotguns, it's one of the types. Porcupine's outstanding. This is what he's wanted. He wants to get all up in my face and pork me in the face. Good job, Nowler. So, Stronin, then, I guess the answer is that Solitude? Who's Solitude? He's killing it. Oh, Athena Hover. Hopefully he keeps away from that porcupine, but unfortunately he's leaning forward, so he is likely going to die to that man. Goblins, Gremlins, or Ruptures are good shotguns. Yeah. Believe it or not, though, with the exception of I think it's the Arathon, every shotgun's a good shotgun. Yep. I saw that happening. Do I like flying PvP? Yeah, I do. We need to make some edits on this, but I'm too lazy to do that right now. Neat. My problem mostly is I can't build what's in my head, shake my head. It's like just hard for me to do. I'll spend 3 hours in a build sometimes just because I can't figure out how to build a car I want. Alright, so let's go over the classics while we're here. All right, so let's assume that we are going to use anything short. I don't know what cabins you have, but if you're running a 3-pin cabin, this is your cockpit, this is your commie. I don't believe there's any other 3-pin high cabin, but assuming you're running a 3-pin, which would be your commies and your cockpits, if you have an Omamori, you would put it literally right behind this, and then if you, for this kind of build, you would use spinning, basically turreted shotguns that are not that can face in any direction effectively. We only have thunderbolts, so we're going to use those as an example, right? And you have a thunderbolt here, and you have a thunderbolt here, and you drive around, etc., and you fire your shotguns and you spin them around. That's basically the base build of that, right? What power score are you looking to play, Stronin? Sean, you really want to stick it to the build slot limitation, don't you? Orathon looks bad on paper and in practice. But anywho, so for this kind of build, you typically want to stay low. And so what you're going to do is what's known as the sneaky internal wheel, right? So in this kind of instance, we're going to assume that we're running just the standard hermits, assuming we are doing wheels. What you're going to do is you're going to want an internal wheel, and it's going to sit basically right in the back. At least one internal wheel. You might have one in the back, you might have one in the front, right? And the remainder are going to go on your sides. Your frame basically is going to just connect all of this together. Obviously, it's going to connect all this together, but the idea is what you want is interspaced frame. It's going to look something like this. It's not going to look exactly like this, but interspaced frame, right? And you want a 6x frame to push damage out and away from the center of your build, because high explosives still do explosive damage, obviously, but you want to keep that blast away from your cabin in these instances. And from there, you just build out from there. It's not hard, right? In this instance, you could do something pretty neat. You could draw back, and you can draw forward, and you can grab yourself some wheels. Doot, 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 doot. And there you have it. Pretty straightforward. And this allows you to... Oh, even though, like, by the way, another thing is you're going to want to build wide with shotgun builds, like these type of shotgun builds. If you have free-floating shotguns, you're going to want to build a little bit wider than you think. Always try to reach, or at least most of the time, try to get your wheels a little bit over the yellow line, and you should be fine. See, Sean, you and I are birds of the same feather. I almost always try and max mass as well. I mean, it's a resource, right? So if it's a resource that you're given, why not utilize it? Shotguns under a Hugin do work. You use big block frames, that's the mistake. Almost always try to use 1-bys. Almost always try to use narrower frames. So this is one frame type that you could use. So the second one, we're going to remove this, is we're going to make your... Oh, I'll just show you because I have it. The over-under shotguns, like either the strafe, things like that, or new type. By the way, you might not notice this, but... Surprise! Surprise. Centralized wheels. So again, centralized wheels are kind of a big deal. They really help out. They help out with turning, they help out with protection, they do a whole bunch of stuff. So another thing to consider. Almost always have a centralized wheel. And in fact, if you look, I think this one may even have an internal centralized wheel somewhere. Maybe not. This is a really low power score one, though. Oh, that's because I chose Spitfire, though. What's a good one? Rupture. you'll probably most likely see similar builds. Oh wow, I'm actually surprised to see this is the shotgun build that I was referring to earlier, which is the third type of shotgun build, which is your standard looks like a point, drives at you and shotguns you. Because as you can see, that's all over the place. Looks like a point. It's a pointy build. Doesn't have to be trending or anything. This kind. You know, this is another kind, which is super low shotguns. So these shotguns are like as low as you can get the... it's as low as you can get them in the entire game. But it also has a little cow catch on top to try and catch people. So what's really interesting about like frames, you want to use, the reason why you want to use the lightest frames you can is because it actually increases your durability. I know that doesn't sound like it makes sense, but it will. Lighter your frame, the more you can put into other parts, right? So where is it? Where is it? I know I have a build here. Git cut is always a good one. So this build in particular has a very interesting frame structure, right? Get rid of you, get rid of you, you. And then let's grab paint. There we go. So this is a very interesting frame. So you'll note you got your 1x frames, 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 right? And the build lasts fairly long. Because the idea is that the space that you're saving by using a 1x frame is filled with other hit points, right? So we've got long pipe shields. Sure, there's an Omamori in here, but it's also surrounded by control modules. All those things give you more hit points, right? So you become more durable by doing that sacrifice. There are times when you do want heavy frame, though, right? Heavy frame builds, I don't know if I have one, but there are times in which you do want super heavy frame. Anytime all of your movement parts are connected to that frame, you want heavy frame. You can't afford light frame. That's not a thing. You don't bring light frame in those instances. Because the overall idea is that whenever you're using movement parts such as wheels, they're protecting you. The wheels are your armor. So if your wheel gets blasted off, frame isn't going to protect you, typically. Right? Should I make Rice Krispie treats? Are you in the Rice Krispie treat mood? If you're in the mood, Samantha, feel free. Also, some things don't even need frame. For example, by the way, this is why I love flying vehicles. Flying vehicles are the only vehicles in the game where you do not need a single piece of frame. So for example, there's not a single piece of frame on this banana boat, right? On this, there's not a single piece of frame. No frame. You don't need it. So when you don't need frame, don't use it. I always thought frames had to connect to other frames. They do. They must connect to other frames. So on that build that I just showed you, the frames do... darn it. All right. The frames can connect to one of two things. Other frames or the cabin itself, right? And so in this instance, these frames are connected not to each other, they're connected to the cabin. See? Kami is actually very interesting because of its massive size. You can get extended frame. But as you can see, cabins can only be placed on frames initially, but frames can only be connected to cabins or frames. And so that's what's causing that, right? So you've got your frame here, which is the connective point to the cabin, which leads out to your 1x frame, or sorry, your 2x6 frame over here, right? Things like that. Then you should do it, Samantha. So melee damage passes through and hits connection points like frame, right? Or is it something else? All right, so here's the deal. It's something else, but it's something stupid. Melee damage should not pass into your build. It does. let's just get that out of the way. let's just try and cover this. It should not pass into your build. There is no damage propagatory effects of collision damage or melee damage at all. It doesn't propagate. Shouldn't, but it does. So you might be wondering, Cardboard Ninja, what do I mean? So the best way to put this is let's make a car. We'll just show you. And we're gonna, because I've had this problem before, and usually this affects me on my growl builds or anything like that, because I found myself losing my front wheels a lot, and I'm like, why does this keep happening? Why am I an idiot? Actually, you know what? I'll use the growl just because this is a good case study of this, right? Let's assume you got some wheels, and in fact, watch this. We're going to put a space between that and these wheels, and we're going to grab any wheels. It doesn't matter. Sure, we'll go chain wheel STs. Whatever, doesn't matter. And then we're going to put something up here. Put a bumper. Let's see if I can manage to reproduce this for you guys. If I can, you'll find it damned hilarious. And it doesn't really matter. We just put this back here and we're just grabbing the other wheels. Sure, whatever. Chain wheel ST, chain wheel ST, grab an oppressor engine. The things I do for content. There we go. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to crash into something. Dang it, Leviathan. Why are you the wrong Leviathan? Sure, we'll crash into this. Okay, we need something bigger. We need a Leviathan. And not this one. Get reward. Remove from garage. So there's a reason why we need Leviathan. You'll understand it in a moment. We're going to throw on this Leviathan. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's fine. We're going to crash into that Leviathan. The reason why we need to crash into the Leviathan is because the Leviathan's not moving, and so we need to make sure that we take a ton of damage. Okay, too much damage. Too much damage. Hold on. By the way, that shouldn't have killed us. That shouldn't have killed us. Just so we're on the same page. There's a reason why that shouldn't have killed us, but hold on. We're going to put a new bumper on here. Because the bumper should have protected us. Good night, Stronin. You're welcome for the insight. Anything I can provide is always what I aim to do. So we're going to try and do this again without death. The terrible bar. There we go. And we're going to place 2 of these vertically. All right. This should do it. Should. I might get this wrong again. If I do, I apologize. Okay, so just so we're on the same page, it shouldn't kill us. Look at the build. Look at the build. Look down here. Do you see it? Look at what exists. Did you see what still exists? When the build is destroyed, what do you see? There we go. It did it, finally. Look at this. I'm missing the frame piece under my build. And yes, that is correct. Dawnbreaker noticed. Both Terrible bars were still completely still intact. They were still completely intact, which meant that the Terrible bars themselves, they didn't stop the damage. All the damage went straight to my cabin. And there's a reason. So, someone was asking about, does collision damage propagate? No, there's no mechanic in the game that allows collision damage to propagate. However, you'll note, as I was driving around without my frame, there is a 1-pin gap between these Terrible bars and my 2x4 frame. And yet, for some reason, when I crashed into my Leviathan and survived, it happened again. Look, you can see me dragging the 2x4 frame around, and my Terrible bars are still in place. What's all this then? How is it I'm blasting my freaking wheels off every single time I collide with that Leviathan, and yet the things that's supposed to protect me from collision damage are still in place? And not only that, if you look very closely, the point of impact is over here, but for some reason, damage propagates all the way to back here. Can someone explain this? The answer is yes, I can obviously explain this. So, the reason why is not due to any mechanic. There's no game mechanic in play that is passing the damage forward to destroy this 60 durability piece of frame. That's not what's happening. Not at all. So what is happening? And this has to do... Secret collision damage is secretly blast damage. Simple as no. So the reason why this is happening is because of speed. The reason why you see me grabbing a Growl Cabin and an Oppressor is because I want to get fast enough to have the server think I'm somewhere where I am not. If you strike something fast enough, the game doesn't know where you are, right? But if you're slow enough, so let's slow ourselves down a little bit. Let's grab a different cabin. One with a slower top speed. We're going to grab a medium cabin. I don't know, Ghost? Sure. But if you're slow enough... Get out of here, Wheels. No one loves you. Okay, that was mean. I'm sorry. Then it shouldn't propagate damage because the game knows exactly where you are. But if you're moving too quickly, the game assumes where you are at point of impact. See? This damage went through and hit the wheel because I was going too fast. It's kind of like desyncing. The idea is the game is predicting where you are in the future, and it's calculating collision damage on parts where it assumes that part will be at the moment in the future where the collision will occur. Does that make sense? So you'll note, as you say, you feel like there's directional damage propagation. Not true. It's because it's assuming that I'm inside that build if I'm fast enough. So if I'm inside that build, that means that the part that hit was my cabin. In this instance, I'm not fast enough. I'm only going 80 kilometers an hour. So it doesn't assume that the cabin's in there. So I'm not taking cabin damage, right? But if I go fast enough, I think the Oppressor might just do it, combined with... Oh, I have Phobos. Good. Is that why the Tusk hits so hard? Tusk hits so hard? Yeah, actually, that's part of it. Dang it. How fast is this going? 80, 90 kilometers an hour, 95 kilometers an hour? So the reason the Tusk hits so hard, and there is a counter to the Tusk. So just so we're clear, there are counters to all those things. So assuming that you want to counter the Tusk, all you have to do is let the Tusk hit something that you don't care about. Right? So building bulky, building big, makes you immune to the Tusk. I don't think I have a... Well, this build is actually somewhat immune to the Tusk. They'll crash into a wheel, it doesn't matter. If they crash over here, it doesn't matter. So this is a build that's somewhat immune to the Tusk, right? This build is somewhat immune to the Tusk. The Tusk is a very strong cabin, but if you build bulky, you're fine. As long as you keep the Tusk's point away from your cabin, you're good. You're fine. But if the Tusk at top speed can connect with your build, and due to how it desyncs where the Tusk's location is, if within 0.01 seconds it would have collided with your cabin, it can one hit you from full life. That's why the Tusk is so dangerous. This is why I always use Sabbath with your melee builds. More power lets you go slower and do the same damage. Yeah. If they hit an angle... Oh, so here's the thing. Collision damage is an interesting beast. I don't remember the exact formula, but I do know that there is a division of the speed of light in there. I'm not joking. It is the mass of the vehicle. So, for example, it's taking the tonnage of that vehicle or this vehicle, both actually, and it collides them both at the speed of this vehicle versus the speed of that vehicle in the same direction, and then it divides that by the speed of light, and that's the resulting damage. Not joking. It's crazy. So collision damage is just crazy, and even being divided by the speed of light, it can still be pretty crazy. So also, the reason why the Tusk is so powerful is because if you read the Tusk, you're doing like 4 hits at the exact same time, right? Even now, the Tusk is still good, even though they nerfed it Because originally it was 100% collision damage, and you had 3 stacks, and now they made it, 5 stacks of 60. So the damage is still exactly the same fully stacked, but it just takes a little longer for you to get those stacks. You always do, please note, by the way, using your eyes, what does that say right there? Features 75% collision damage reduction, so collisions against the Tusk cabin itself, damage is reduced by 75%. Straight up. That's a huge debuff. And then in addition to that, collision damage already starts at plus 200%. So you're plus 200%, not plus 100%, plus 200%. Collision with the Tusk cabin starts at 3 times damage. And then you get an additional 300% on top of that. So you're looking at a 600% damage increase collision. That's why the Tusk hurts. Like, it's real. The damage of the Tusk is real. So this is the reason why you want to sacrifice a part to the Tusk. Like, you want to sacrifice any piece of crap part. Move you from garage. Sure, why not play? It's fucking science and shit. That's right. It's just science. Damn you, science. You're making me shake my fist at you. You know what? How many of these challenges do I still have left? I actually get anything with cannons already done. I need to blow up wheels using autocannons. Let's do it. Wait a minute. Don't I have like a... I need to build a... What's it called? Starfall build. And by need to build one, I mean I'm going to borrow one from the exhibition. Fight me. Oh, terrible, 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 terrible. Oh, terrible, terrible. Oh, that's right, the Starfall's dog crap. This isn't bad. I mean, what's the problem here? Why are you overweight? 13k power score? Oh, God. Oh, God. Just using the Odin? What is this? We're going to use it. Hold on a second. For everyone who just said no, they're wrong. So Dawnbreaker asked, does angular armor actually work in this game to mitigate damage? Mr. B says no, and that's not true. So, here's the thing. Certain damage, angular armor does assist in reducing damage, and it's blast. Blast damage deals damage equal to 100% damage at point of origin. And then, as blast damage propagates, you divide it by the number of pins that it's traveled, up to the maximum radius. So let's assume that you have a 3-pin blast radius. That means that every 1 pin that the blast travels, you lose 1/3 of the damage. Okay, fair enough. Well, that's just 1 pin, right? Wrong. Pin distance is not uniform. This means that if you hit something at an angle, it means that it has to travel farther to deal the same damage. It means that if you're trying to deal that same damage over an angle, basically you're going to only get 2 pins deep. And which means that you're losing 50% damage every pin that it travels. So yes, sloped armor can reduce damage, but only blast. They invented bullet damage, and they invented the damage penetration mechanic, all this shit, to try and get rid of spaced armor, but it also meant that sloped armor is similarly affected. Though, I still do recommend sloped armor, and there's a reason. I know that doesn't sound like it makes sense, but there is. There's a good reason. Sloped armor allows you to stack armor in such a way that it is difficult for damage to all hit the same part. And because of that, it will extend the lifespan of your vehicle dramatically. Basically, damage will get spread around your vehicle. And as the damage spreads around your vehicle, you will take less damage in general. Does that make sense? Hope that makes sense. We're going to grab a different... we're going to add Grizzly to this cabin. Maybe that's enough? Nope. We're going to need active tonnage. We're going to grab Yuki. Is that enough? Okay, this is not enough. What do we need? What's the engine on this bitch? Is there an engine on this bitch? There's no engine on this bitch. What is on this bitch? 2 Starfalls. And what? No engine? Pegasus? Where? I think it's H. Where's the Pegasus at on this thing? Underneath the cabin on the front? Should this thing even have a Pegasus? Why would they put a Pegasus here? Pegasus gives you more maximum mass, but that's not what you'd want on this kind of build. You'd want an oppressor, to be super honest. Like, this should do better. It's so close to doing better, but then it does entirely worse. Alright, fudge it. Let's just go to battle. I just need to blow up wheels. We'll see what we can do. What should you get with your bearings? Look, I got a second Starfall, but I'm not going to recommend it. You got to be super mega pro elite ninja super mega awesome to get a second Starfall. Which is to say, I still don't recommend that you get it. Because Starfalls are not good. I am sorry to say that. Greetings, Friendship Bunny. You made a triple whirl Howl cabin build around 12k. I actually like it better than the Cyclones. Yeah, no, hold on a second. Whirls are amazing. Like, of course they're going to be amazing. They have 100% bullet penetration, meaning that you never lose any of your damage as you plow through a vehicle. They have a 30% damage boost whenever there's 2 enemies nearby. Yeah, whirls are great. Someone wants a therm build? This is a therm build. Believe it or not, the Starfalls are therms. Hey, it's DD Minotaur. Ah. We're just gonna run away from this shit show. You see what I'm talking about? Look at that. By the time I destroyed the gun, which was a Retcher, they had killed him. Oh no, there's people around me. Why? Why are you doing this to me, Hannahbot? So theoretically, I should be aiming just above their guns to try and strip them of their guns. Because everyone's like, ooh-wee. Oh, it looks like I lost my cooler. Alright, whoever made this build, fair enough. But I have shot this guy in the guns a significant amount of times. Ooh, 10 gold. Nice. But this is what I'm talking about, that Starfalls are in general bad. I finally got rid of one of his guns. I think he only has one left. Oh, I'm just taking damage from some other source. Okay, great. Nope, it's the same source. I'm just an idiot. Hey, we got someone! We have to redesign this build and or make our own. It's sad, but true. Leatherface, get in there. Get in there, Leatherface. We did it! We stripped him. Good job, Leatherface. Push me. People just bouncing shit off my face. Nice. We've got 3 enemies, 2 degunned, and a bot. So we need to degun the bot. That guy's degunned. The bot's like right around here somewhere. Get him, Leatherface. Get that bot. Don't flip, don't flip, don't flip! Leatherface, you died to the bot. Oh, your God. So we've got a problem. Atombot is large and in charge, swinging his big old pee-pee around, and he's doing it on the point. We can't get closer, because Atombot will kill us, as he has done to every one of my teammates so far, and is about to do again. Yep, there it is. Alright, we got him. We got him. We got him! No problems! What are we talking about? Easy money! Muad'Dib is correct. Starfall is great for aerial targets. So this build fell apart like tissue paper. Ooh. Let's open our... Come on, come on, come on. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Come on, random amount of garbage that we don't... Yes! Random garbage we didn't want. Excellent. Good morning, Muad'Dib. How do I feel about the Odin? Is it worth it? I hate the Odin because it's mandatory. Basically, it's what everyone's got to get now in order to be meta again. So it's mandatory. That's how I feel about it. I mean, I don't like it. I have a triple whirl spy. By the way, just so this is coming from someone who played like for freaking a year and a half plus with only the gas Jhin. So I was always one step away from, you know, meta. And then I finally ended up getting the Apollo. I'm like, oh my god, I can actually make full-on 16 energy builds now. Yeah! And then here we are now, again, back in the exact same position. Yeah, no, look, I'm all for triple whirls, Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker's indicating he has this triple whirl spider at 10k and it's really good. I don't doubt that. Look, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. I use whirls. Whirls are phenomenal. As far as autocannons go, whirls do not disappoint. They're like the second best autocannon in my opinion. They're freaking great. However, the whatever that damn it, I'm not gonna do it again. Every single time that I do a stream, everyone's like, "Let's talk about autocannons." The Tempests suck. So Starfall is for anything. I thought you didn't like them though, Ninja. So Mikey boy, I don't. So let's be absolutely clear about the Starfall and how I feel about it. In case you guys don't know this, you know what? Why not? Let's just do this right now. Let's just show. This is the AC60 blah 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 therm. We're gonna put one on one button and one on the other. It's the only time you'll ever see me firing two different guns. So the therm, Starfall. All right, ready? Here we go. And Starfall, 11 points of damage. Starfall, 11 points of damage. Starfall, 12 points of damage. Just kidding, I was firing the therm those last two shots. What? That's right. Starfall and therm do the same damage, buckos. They do the exact same damage. So this is a Starfall and a therm combined. One, 2, 5, 0. By the way, these Starfalls are fused for, I think, bonus damage, but, you know, you get the idea. 1, 2, 5, 0. This is dual Starfalls. Barely more damage. You did 1, 2, 5, 0, 100 more damage over 10 seconds. These, and by the way, if I'm right, these are fused for 5% more damage. Think about that. Tap your head. Do that. Do the thinking. You know, think about it. GIF dude. You know the meme. You know the meme. That guy who points at his head and says, "Think about it." Yeah, think about that. I'm pretty sure my therms are not fused for that, though they might be. Hold on. They might be. Hold on. Are my therms fused for 5% more damage? No. So there you have it. So when you look at the Starfall, know in your brain that your damage that you're dealing is the same as the therm. Know it. Know it in your brain. Don't go, oh man, this Starfall is so amazing because it costs 6 energy and 2,400 power score. It's an amazing autocannon. Don't think that in your brain. Use your brain and say, wait a minute, this is doing dog shit damage. It's doing therm damage. And you're gonna do just fine. So that's the only reason why I don't like the Starfalls. It's not because they are not fun. They are fun. I do like them because they're fun. It's because they're not good. 2 Starfalls does far less damage. Far less damage than 2 Cyclones. 2 Cyclones do far more damage. So when I was fighting that dude again that had dual Cyclones, I was worried that he was landing his shots because Cyclones just do better. They just do better, Senator. They just do better. Cyclones are strong. Be wary of Cyclones. What I'm telling you is get 4 Therms and an Omamori. No. I think that Friendship Bunny does have the power to tie people up. I'm so easily corruptible. The One Ring would just have to wink at me once, and I'd be all about that ring. Oh, man. So here's the deal. Does the Starfall need a buff? Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. Actually, if you guys watch my videos, but seeing as you guys are asking all these questions, apparently none of y'all are fans of my videos. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, no, I said that. The Starfall is in an interesting spot because it takes 6 energy and does balls damage. We have to make our own build. This build's, I don't want to say it's terrible. I don't want to rag on whoever made the build, so we're just doing it. We're gonna make our own build. Just gonna make our own Starfall build. Screw it. But yeah, Starfalls are fun, but they're just not good. I'm sorry. Here's what I would do if I were to, like, if someone were to be like, Cardboard Ninja, welcome to the dev team. We're gonna make it so that you can do stuff and cross out, and you can make whatever changes you want. What are you gonna do? First and foremost, I'm gonna buff cannons. That's just the first thing. But let's assume that somehow I made it to the Starfall. The Starfall needs a couple of changes. First and foremost, the Starfall needs a change. The Dove needs a change. The Dove is just too bad. It's just not good enough. You can't market this crap. That's not fair. It's gonna trick people. The Vulture needs a buff. Like, these things need buffs. The Charbitus needs a buff. They're terrible. They're just terrible. It's terrible. Just fucking, it's terrible. These give you nightmares. Stay up late at night thinking about how bad these things are. The Charbitus, if you actually stop to think about the Charbitus for too long, you're just gonna end up in nightmares. You're like, Charbitus, why Charbitus? You're gonna wake up in a cold sweat. You're like, oh god, I was dreaming about the Charbitus. It was terrible. They made me put it on a build. It's just, no, it's bad. Some things need to be changed. So the Starfall, honestly, here's what I would change. I would change the perk. What? The perk? Cardboard Ninja, what would you change about the perk? The perk would be changed to remove that you have to miss by 1.1 meter shit. Because it's bad. It's bad. I have to actively miss. What happens if I hit the enemy? Oh, well, you still deal damage, blah, blah. No, remove that shit. If it's a flat cannon, make it always explode. The perk would be changed from it explodes when it's within 1.1 meters from a target to after a certain distance. Let's just say, I don't know, 100 meters? 100 meters sound good? After the projectile travels 100 meters, it becomes a flak projectile. And when it comes within any radius of any enemy, anywhere at any time, it explodes. And does the exact same thing it does now. So now, you don't have to miss. You can aim at your target, and if you do miss, it will still flak explode, but, you know, it will still flak explode regardless with the exact same perk that it has now, except it would do that all the damn time. And if people were too close, which would be the counterplay to it, it wouldn't engage the flak projectile. It would just be the standard projectile that shoots out and hits the enemy. That's what I would change about the Starfall. And also, I'd give it a faster, not rate of fire, but bullet velocity. I'd give it a much faster bullet velocity. Like, not much faster. I'd say, I don't know, 15% faster bullet velocity than it has right now. That's how I'd change the Starfall to balance it out. Because right now, this is nuck and futz. It's ridiculous. It is to be ridiculed. You look at it and you should just make fun of that shit. It's just, what is this? Mr. Bress, no, the Starfall doesn't get brought up every stream. The thing that gets brought up every stream for some reason is autocannons. Somehow, some way, Every single stream I've ever done is like, by the way, Cardboard Ninja, how do you feel about ye old autocannonies? And I'm like, oh my god, I have a video about this. Why? All right, I always fucking give in and talk about it. It's not about the Starfall all the time. It's usually about honestly, it's the Whirlwind. People usually come and be like, Cardboard Ninja, you have a hot take on the Whirlwind, but what you don't know is I 1v8'd and defeated all of them 16 times in a row and in Clan Wars, and I fought 3 Leviathans with only 1 Whirlwind and I beat them all. None of this shit is caught on video, mind you. They come in with some doozy claims of how they slap PP with the Whirlwind and how I'm wrong about it, but I see no video evidence that the Whirlwind has ever performed such deeds. But fair enough. Far be it from me to call them blatant fucking liars. Far be it for me to be like, back that shit up. Fair enough. But that's just the way it is, right? People usually talk about the Whirlwind, say it's amazing. They need to delete the dove? No, they don't need to delete the dove. They need to make the dove, I think, significant. They need to, I don't know. Maybe they need to make it better. It's just that when you're in the air firing down, you already have every advantage in the world. So it feels stupid. I don't mean to say it like that, but it feels stupid because why would you bring a weapon that only fires down? You know? You're in a situation where you don't have to bring a weapon that is completely useless against air targets in a game mode where you're against air targets, right? And in order to super bully people on the ground. Let's face it, like everything when you're in the air super bullies people on the ground. Corn Pop Baby 2 got too few Starfalls in anticipation of a buff in the future, you know? Maybe. Fingers crossed. Like, if they do buff the Starfall in the future, saying, wait a minute, having these projectiles suck donkey ass is a bad idea, then yeah. I mean, who could have foreseen that, right? Nobody could have foreseen all the buffs that came to the Cyclone, so yeah. It should heat the enemy? No. 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 Bad. We have too much. Everything heats the enemy. Can you name a weapon that doesn't heat the enemy right now? Everything heats the enemy. Fucking ice weapons heat the enemy in this game. No. We've got enough of that running around. There is way too much cut your opponent's hit point total in half shit happening. Way too much. Is it just me, or is this the exact shape of the harpy if I lower it by 1 pit? No. What if I invert it? I'm totally doing that. Except I kind of want to do it like this. Perfect. I'm currently trying to buy my first ever relic, a Scorpion, for 28.5. Almost an entire year. Wow! Good job, Devil Crash 007. Good freaking job. Big ups to Devil Crash 007 for getting closer to his first relic. Good job. The only reason why I'm saying good job also is not only reason, but now is a good time. The Scorpion finally came down in price. It crashed recently, and I don't know why. Not that I care. Like, even though I own Scorpions, I'll never sell them. So, yeah, the Scorpion used to be there was a point in time when it was 35K or something like that. Ridiculous. So yeah, now is the time. It's finally come down to, I don't want to call it reasonable because that would be unreasonable, but more affordable levels. So good for you, Devil Crash 007. Someone on your Discord says 2 doves slap. Are they talking about air to ground, or are they talking ground to ground? Dove is 3 blocks wide. I know. That's the other thing. The dove is like the ultimate slap on the face. It's like, by the way, this isn't gonna fit any of your imagination. If you're imagining something, you're wrong. It's not gonna work. You're like, what? Well, I'm imagining. Yeah, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna fit. You're like, oh man, but I wanted it to. It's not gonna fit. You gotta build awkward because it's a 3x. Oh my god, Dove, what are you doing? I cannot spell. I am unashamed. Fair enough. They need to fix the obvious issues everywhere. Which obvious issues, Liquid? Freezer burn, baby. Make a Seal Club Starfall build so actually good. Ugh. You can't even do that! You can't even do that! They're 2,400 power score! How are you gonna Seal Club with this thing? The worst you can do is fight an even match. Oh my god. $9,500 for a Hugin? Oh, Dove air to ground? Yeah, Dove air to ground is fine. As I said, like you can easily dominate ground targets. Like that's not in question. That shouldn't be in question. Domination of ground targets, thumbs up. But here's the thing, and this is the thing that is in question. You can do that with any gun. If you're in the air and you're shooting down at fools, you will dominate the fools on the ground. You're gonna dominate them. You don't need a specialized weapon to hit the people on the ground. That's the only problem. That's my only caveat. I'm just like, it's not really a caveat, but that's my only issue. My only issue is that if you're in the air, you're not really saying, oh man, those ground targets, these ground targets are rough, man. I need a weapon that, is for me. One that, if I were to be utilizing it, would give me that cutting edge advantage over those damnable ground targets. It's not a sentence you're saying. You're not saying that sentence because that's ridiculous. Everything dominates ground targets when you're in the air. You got machine guns, you got autocannons. Your ground targets are not your problem. Your largest problem are air targets, because those air targets are coming for you, and they're coming to shoot you out of the sky. Those are your problem. You don't have any problem with ground targets. Ground targets, those guys, you can kill them with anything. I have a caucus build. This stupid build right here, destroys ground targets. Obliterates them. I got no problems against ground targets. This thing has like no firing angles since they nerfed the fucking thing. No fire angles whatsoever. Have no problem against ground targets. Ground targets, they're like little babies. They're like orphan children in swaddling clothing placed on your doorstep shortly after birth. There's nothing a ground target's going to do to you. And that's with a terrible weapon. You could use anything. You could use, again, like, this dominates ground targets. You want to dominate ground targets? Why don't you just fly up and shoot them from any distance with autocannons that tear them apart that they can't actually do anything about? Like, everything dominates ground targets. So does the Dove, when mounted to a helicopter, dominate ground targets? I have very little doubt that it does. I do believe that it most likely does. 100%. I would assume complete dominance. I would assume that were you to be utilizing the Dove against ground targets, that you would be successful in your endeavors. I assume that just naturally, purely based on the fact that everything dominates ground targets. Is Triple Cyclone worse than 2? That is an amazingly good question, 9,000, 8,000. So, here's the thing. I want to say no, but the answer is most likely yes. The reason why Double Cyclone can outperform Triple Cyclone, is because of the accoutrement that you can attach with it. And I know that sounds stupid, and I know that doesn't sound like it makes sense, but it's true. Put simply, because merely because of the fact that, let's put this here, merely because of the fact that you can get so much more cooling with, wow, we're just going to extend this to 6s. You can just get more cooling, you can get radar, you can get cloaks, you can get, again, if you're looking for pure DPS, even the cooling, you will actually deal more DPS with 2 Cyclones over 3 Cyclones, which is ridiculous. It's hard to say, I don't like saying it, but I said it, so I guess it's not that hard to say. I guess I just, it's just not cool, because it's unfortunate that that's the case. But yes, dual Cyclone can out DPS Triple Cyclone. Simply because Triple Cyclone, right now, hold on, let me make a caveat, my apologies. If you don't have the Odin, So everything I just said is if you don't have the Odin. Only listen to me if you don't have the Odin. So if you don't have the Odin and your maximum energy is 16, yes, dual Cyclones can out DPS triple Cyclones. If you have the Odin, take everything I said and just shove it right up your your patooter. Because no, the triple Cyclone will out DPS dual Cyclone in that case. Yup. I'm sorry about that 46k on PS. So many Kapkan mine layers. Ugh, that's gotta be torture. Did you know that there's two things that counter Kapkans? You should look into getting them both. One of them is the starts with an I, the Interceptor, and the other one is the Argus. I don't put much stock in the Argus, but I do put a lot of stock in the Interceptor. Dove is all right. It's basically an air mandrake without the fire. Yeah, it is. But once again, you shouldn't be having trouble dominating the ground from the air. It's true. We don't want new players to quit. We've got too many of all players quitting. AFK 1 second, chat. I'm changing my shirt. And I'm back. Sorry about that. The collar of my shirt was stabbing me. Hilarious. So, let's continue to work on this build. Thank you. No problem. 9,000, 8,000. I'm thankful that somebody out there likes my vids. But then again, everybody here is not everybody. Many people here have been saying that they like my vids. Not to downplay your contribution. I just do want to make sure that to upplay everyone else's. Dang it. Kind of want to do that, but I'm not going to. Not downplay contribution. I was looking at the placement of the autocannons. By the way, I highly suggest Cyclones to everyone, only not because of any reason other than the fact that they're just really good right now. Alright, handles like a dream. We've got maximum tonnage available. That's weird. Didn't I download this and it didn't have maximum tonnage available? Oh, it was only using 2 spooter legs. Interesting. Wow. Get out of here. Using 2 spooter legs. Alright, let's get back to this. Let's grab some bumpers. So he was using a Gessen, but we can't use the Gessen. I'm guessing. Where do I get this? Oh, man. Y'all, you're already subbed to me. Excellent. You know, the more I think about it, the more I think, dang, you should have always been streaming on YouTube. Incinerators, air to ground are super fun until another air build gets you. Exactly. You wonder if Ghost Snowfall would be good. So the Snowfall, for those of us who don't know, is a rocket launcher. Pretty dang good rocket launcher, if we're being honest. And it can be very, what's a good way of phrasing this? Oh wow, that fits. Huh, let's do it. The Snowfall, it does tons of damage. Let's be completely honest. Let's just call it what it is. Snowfall, it plows, right? Ghost Snowfall, most likely, if you can get close enough, is going to do a lot of damage. The only problem is the Ghost's top speed is pretty low. We still have Yuki in here. Get out of here, Yuki. There we go. Now we're not. Now we don't cap tonnage any longer. So the Snowfall does put in work, though. So it does a lot of damage. Like being hit with every missile in a Snowfall volley is I'm not going to call it a death sentence per se, but it hurts. It hurts like 2 bastards tied together. Like, oh man, that was a bitch of an attack. That hurt really bad. Like Snowfall's they don't fuck around. They hurt. So. Can I lower this? I'd like to lower this by 1. It looks like there is a pocket that could be lowered, but it doesn't want to go down by 1. Get in there. Go down 1. Get down 1. Ooh. Ooh. Did I do it? No, not at all. Nothing changed. Excellent. Maybe stream more? Look, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. No, I'm kidding. imagine if I just left it at that. Just the biggest douche. No, okay, so you have to understand, everyone. Let's grab elbows. So the overall idea is this. One can only stream as much as one. Greetings, Bluebird. One can only stream as much as one has time and the availability to do so. Unfortunately, I have real life issues. They're not really like issues. It's not like, oh man, it's not like I live in Ukraine. Let's keep it light, folks. It's not like I live in a war-torn nation or anything like that, but I have a job and I gotta go to work and people rely on me and all other good stuff like that. I should run more wacky builds. Oh, who wants to lick the pot in chocolate? Oh, Samantha Hatcher. It's adorable. Gonna grab some minivan panels. Maybe even slip in some sneaky fuel. Nope. Not enough space for that. Maybe there is. Find out. But yeah, the reason why my streaming schedule has gone to crap, because I did stream, by the way. I was a professional streamer. I know. Don't all cheer at once. Okay. I'll let you cheer. No, I was a professional streamer. Insofar as that I streamed and didn't make a goddamn dime. Shit. No, I did make a fair amount of not a lot of money from streaming, but on Twitch. But the overall idea is that, you know, you guys get it. I know you guys get it. Money talks. Oh, am I bringing a pot? I was brought a pot from Samantha. She wants me to lick the pot clean. That is adorable.
Just a lot of chocolate.
There's just a lot of chocolate in this pot. Have you ever died of a diabetic coma yet? Wait, honey, here. Thank you for the opportunity. You're not going to add peanut butter to this, are you?
What if I did?
You know I'm not... Okay, do what you please. I'm not a fan of peanut butter.
No. I did it in such a way that you'd like it.
I was a professional musician at one time. Good job, Mike boy. Here's the only downside with that. The sheer fact that you're indicating that you're a professional musician once probably means you most likely, and I don't mean to be rude, so correct me if I'm wrong, most likely didn't make any money off it. Kind of like streaming. What's that damn thing called? Carjack in front of this fuel barrel. Come on, get in there. Get in there. Just get in the spot. I'm the best builder ever. Let's get this shit out of the way. Set you over here. Come on. Really? Really? Alright, fine, then we'll raise this up by 1. Budget. We're at 12k power score already. Toe streamer win. Look, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Predominantly because I tend not to lie. I have, in my past, this is true, So don't judge me. Don't judge me, Chad. I did build a clarinet toe, and I wasn't doing it to build another weapon. I wasn't doing anything like that. I did build a clarinet toe years ago, and here's the reason why. This is kind of obvious if anybody could put this together. It's because I came across some a-hole with a clarinet toe when I was at low level. I was like super low power score, right? And I came across some dude. It's not as though I was like, oh man, I'm going to find this guy and come across him. No, I was being shot from across the map with clarinet toe. It was a very horrible player experience. I hated it. And I'm like, what is this? Blah, blah, blah. And it was a clarinet toe. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to do this because, you know, not my proudest moment. And so I did build up a clarinet toe. And then I built the only viable clarinet toe build in the entire game, which is the... which cabin is this? Huntsman, was it? It was the Gorilla Cabin, 4 gray wheels, clarinet toe in the back, 2 ammo crates on either side. And I ran that build. And I'm not going to lie to you, chat. It worked. The reason why it worked is because you're shooting at noobs. And I realized something while I was doing it. I'm the best clarinet toe player in the world. I could go pro. Just kidding. That's not what I realized. Just imagine absolutely no no chill, literally no insight, no retrospect. Yeah, no, I realized that it's a cancerous play style. It's a horrible weapon. Nobody was having fun. Literally, I wasn't having fun. I was doing it, but I was like, this isn't fun. This is annoying. Like, it was having to pilot your goddamn shot into someone. It's like, oh, here we go. Then you miss, or you torture. I was like, you know, this is terrible. This is terrible. Mikey Boy says you got it, Ninja. An actual job pays better. Do you guys want to know? Hold on a second. You guys want to know how much I made on Twitch and YouTube combined? Do you guys actually want to know the number? Total for the years I've done this. You guys want to know what you two could earn if you want to follow a career in streaming? You guys want to know what I earned? I could tell you. I'm under no obligation to anyone to not tell you. I could just tell you. Anybody want to guess? Just by saying that, you can assume the answer is not much. You could probably just be like, wait a minute. Not much. you could just probably be like, this sounds like it's a low number. And you'd be right. You'd be right. $400. Fair guess. Any other guesses? Don't worry, I'll let you guys know after you guys are done guessing. We're giving a $400. 400. Going once. Going twice. How come this doesn't fit here? Damn you, asymmetry. This should fit here. Why don't you fit here? This should connect right here. Like, literally right here. Damn the Garidia legs. Problem is the DPS is too low. You're going off a hover or two before getting mauled by a dog. Oh, don't worry. I already know that this is terrible. Tree Fitty. I'd say probably made about Tree Fitty. An excellent guess. 1,200. Not bad. Not bad. A pretty penny. So remember, I've been doing this for approximately 3 years. Maybe 2 years. Maybe a little over 2 years. Something like that. Doesn't really matter. But yeah, no. In reality, the total amount of money I've made across YouTube, Twitch, and I think that's all. YouTube and Twitch has not been very much. It has been in the neighborhood of probably around $1,200. That's probably right. Quarter Pounder and your mom made an excellent guess. About $1,200 total. And just so we're on the same page, if you're thinking that's good money, you are wrong. Like, dead ass wrong. Like, super fucking wrong. I make more money in my actual job every week or so than I did across all of my streaming combined. Real work gets you more money. Unless you are a super streamer. You guys know who the super streamers are. You've got your Amaranths who, I mean, I do it. I do the hot chub stream, but you know, You guys couldn't handle the heat. No, you get the idea. Unless you're a super streamer like Ninja, unless you're a super streamer like that, you don't get paid. Your favorite content creators, they're not making money. There's no money in this. Like, to put this in perspective, when I first started streaming, someone joined my joined my stream. And at the time, I had like 2 people. Not 2, I had like maybe 4 people in my stream on Twitch. And the guy was like, congratulations, you're in the top 1% of Twitch streamers. And while he said that to be flippant, he wasn't lying. Remember, most Twitch streamers, of which there are many, are streaming to no one. Most streamers don't have anybody listening to them. Most. The overwhelming vast majority of individuals who are streaming content, who are out there pounding the pavement, doing the grind, nobody's listening. Rough. It's rough out there. You gotta, like, and I'm not gonna lie to you, the first couple streams that I ever did, whoo-wee, you gotta talk to nobody. That's how it works, man. You gotta talk to nobody. Pretty messed up. But yeah, that's streaming. So, I would, that's a good way of phrasing this. We're gonna grab cast parts. I would recommend highly that if anyone seeks a job in streaming, that you identify who your favorite streamers are and what their approximate revenue is, and make sure that that revenue stream is enough to support you or support whatever it is you're looking to do. Because this is, if it were not for the fact that, and this is like as evidenced by the fact that we're just talking about stories about Microsoft and things like that, if it were not for the fact that I had a job for 12 years prior and was good at my job, I would not have had the money necessary to support myself while streaming. You can't support yourself. You can't just say, you know what, Ma, I'm not going to college. Screw that. I'm going to be a streamer. Yaw! Oh, man. Oh, you are fucked, my boy. You're fucked. Unless you're selling, like, your bathwater or some shit like that. You are not going anywhere fast. Oh my god. Good. I'm glad that you do streaming for fun. I hope you enjoy it, to be honest. Because I think that you should probably, or not you, one should probably definitely enjoy streaming if you're going to do it. Because don't do it for the money. Not at first. You do not. Don't. Do not. I'm trying to save you and save your life. Don't think that you're going to get out of high school and be like, I'm going to be the next streamer. Don't do it. Don't do it. You need a primary plan. Streaming should be a backup plan. Barely a backup plan. It shouldn't even be a plan, honestly. Yeah, you're right. Don't plan on this. Fun thing to do with the toe is run the hippogriff and neutrino you see outline, and also see explosives. Oof. You need to stop with that seal clubbing. You're making it so people don't play the game. You're hurting the video game. We need Misty. You found me. That is correct. YouTube is correct. So Misty is actually one of my all-time favorite followers from Twitch as well as real life friend. Why am I on YouTube? You're not going to believe this, Misty. I figured, you know what? I'm going to stream on YouTube. That is the reason why I'm on YouTube. I'm not even joking. I wish there was more to it than that. I know that I kind of like built it up like it was going to be a big old story, but there is no story. I just was like, you know what? Let's do it. Let's go to YouTube instead of Twitch. Let's give it a try. And you're not going to believe this, Misty. In the 11 seconds that I've been on YouTube, I've earned more money than I have ever earned on Twitch. Shit. I wish that weren't true. It's not entirely true, but it's true enough that it still hurts. You know? It's like one of those things where it's like, well, I mean, it's not entirely true, but it's close. It's true. I actually have far more concurrent viewers on YouTube than I do on Twitch. And I've only ever streamed... This is my second time streaming on YouTube. Damn, that logic is infallible. Yeah, I know. Like, seriously, like, 2 super chats in and I've already made more money than, you know, 11 freaking Twitch subs or something like that. Not that I do this for the money, because... as I've already told chat, that's not the reason. That is not the reason. Alright, so let's see if at 14k, oh god, if these weapons at 14k manage to do the do. I don't think they're going to be able to. I genuinely don't think at 14k these weapons are viable, but we'll give it a go. I understand that the as per standard, as I said earlier, the Starfalls are, you know, anti-air weapons, but they should have viability against ground targets. A real-life friend on the internet is a rare thing indeed, which is the reason why I made my friends first. And then went to the internet. You feel like Twitch is a different audience? You know, I think you might be right. Misty says, I mean, you say that, but I swear you made a lot of in-game add-ons and free game stuff. By the way, Misty is the #1 stream supporter of all time. Hence the reason why Misty is saying, I think you've made a lot of stuff. Fair enough. This is true. This is midnight. This is late night. Oh, I hit something. Let's flail some damage. Really? Is there just a guy over here? Okay, we've got... Nope. So we've got Scorpions, aka a real long-range weapon, that's up against us. This guy, for some reason, wants me to be in front of him. Not gonna happen. We've got an enemy on the right. We're gonna go over to the right and see what we can do over there. Oh, it's a bot. We should be fine. We gotta kill the other bot as well. Hey, we got a kill. So now they're flooding up Mordor. We gotta get DPS over here. No, don't get in front of me. We have to drop down. No, we don't. We need to back up this guy whose name is unpronounceable. There we go. He's coming right for it. He wounts it. Somehow he's able to push me. Even though I've got a million legs, he's got Omni wheels. I guess I'm going down. You know, what'd be really interesting is if these, if the autocannons actually detonated off of, you know, explosives. That'd be nice. Oop. We've got fortunes. We're trying to lead our shots into the future to miss them. Excellent. Allies crashing into our backs. Perfect. This is what we wanted. We've got mandrakes from the pit, so we're gonna see if we can't. Well, we're gonna get hit by those mandrakes, so. Yep. Scorpions, no! Remember, we're doing our damage 11 damage at a time. 22 if you think about it. Scorps. Excellent. Scorps. Took out my engine. Oh no, my engine! I needed that to be good at the video game. Thanks to radar, I was able to pre-fire. Gotta walk. With, why am I so, oh, because he took out legs first. What a dick. Alright. Let's see if we can't help our friendo up here. Excellent. 19 damage over great distance. It's 4 versus 2, but those two are scorpions and mandrakes. We should have the advantage. Ow! Don't be a D-bag about this. I feel as though I'm missing cooling. My guns aren't acting as I wanted to. He's self-destructing. We good. Woo! Easy money. And we escaped with fuel? Did we escape with fuel? And we escaped with fuel. Cannonball run, baby. Come here, Black Kitty. We've got a noisy cat in the room. No, Black Kitty, bam-a-lam-a-lam. Well, that cat's out of here. Digressions. I made friends before the internet was big. Are you trying to... Wait a minute. That feels... What's that thing called? Those hippies... Not the hippies. Those people... The hipsters. The hipsters are like, I had friends before having friends was cool. I think I offer some contribution, says Samantha Hatcher. Yes, she does. The food really helps. Remember when there wasn't any internet? I remember when there weren't cellular phones. You were born in 86? I mean, yeah, it was ArtNet back then. I'm gonna be an old woman in 2 weeks. Says Samantha Hatcher. In practice, Starfall seems to be doing good. That's only because I'm phenomenal, Blue. If I weren't phenomenal, we'd be fudged. Ugh. We land on our feet. We're gonna flail damage in this direction to try and keep people away. I know that doesn't sound like it makes sense, but I want to be able to do this. So we're gonna try and strip Silver Apple with our awesome flak damage. No! Bias, you pile of dog crap. And so this is the reason why this gun sucks. I am teeing off on this bot, who's only a cabin. Just a cabin. Thanks, Scorpion. There it goes. And that guy that I was trying to shoot and get his guns gone, he escaped. And I'm missing the majority of my build. Outstanding. Don't worry, I'll read chat in a moment. Gotta focus. Still looking for that guy with machine guns. Ow. My liver. Why are there so many Mandrake players? What's going on here? There's Mandrake players on our team. What's happening here? And we've got 2 dudes flipped over. What the fudge is happening? We want to try and fire low because this thing has a blast radius in midair. Maybe we'll sneak peek him. Who knows? Oof. Missing legs like an MFer. Alright. We got to do something about those legs. One left. Hopefully he doesn't hit us with a Mandrake. Thanks, buddy. Get out of here, corpse. And by that I mean the corpse mechanic. Get that the shit out of this game. Alright, back to what we were saying. I have a noisy cat. Get used to it. Yeah, well, our noisy cats, unlike your noisy cat, our noisy cat, they meow. That's different. I'm not sure why he goats on his yard still beats the crap at him. Yeah. I'm not a hipster, I'm just older. I'll be a literal spinster. Hilarious, says Samantha Hatcher. I might need the definition of a spinster, though. I wonder how many cabins will need the plus 3 kilometers an hour fusion to reach the full 110 kilometers per hour perk of the engine. The new engine? Which engine, Corn Pop? You want to know what flak upgrade into forts? I know what flak upgrades into forts. No, wait, flak is the upgrade, isn't it? Is it a shotgun? Flak upgrades into a shotgun, Bluebird, if I recall correctly. I turned 43 in just a couple of days. Lonely as hell. Gave up marriage. Only 37. Don't give up at marriage. Well, I mean, yeah. I just wish someone would marry me, says Samantha Hatcher. Okay, Samantha Hatcher. Thank you very much. We get it. We gotta dodge because we're about to eat scorpion shots from the side. Oh, it's just machine guns. Never mind. Samantha Hatcher, always remember, no matter what you've done, Misty's done it first. I have a feeling my guns are in danger. Yep, 1 gun left, 0 guns left. Machine guns, no! Ha, joke's on you. This is another example. Oh, darn. Don't tell Ninja he's gonna quiz me on when his birthday is again. Yep. Gen X? Listen, anything that isn't millennial. Let me put it this way. You don't want to be associated with millennials. They're the worst. And by that I mean they raised the worst generation by creating the worst generation. That's just terrible. The new engine? Actually, I have no idea how... okay, so here's the thing. The new engine is supposed to give the greatest boost to top speed ever. Which means, based on my math, you don't even need that 3% in order to achieve 120. You shouldn't. Many of the cabins, anything that's 100 kilometers an hour or faster, should already be able to achieve it. All right, Black Kitty, can you say anything for the team, for the people? Oh, now you're all quiet. I'm 30-ish and I feel like life just started. Believe it or not, 9,000, 8,000, I'm not going to lie to you. That's how life always feels. Doesn't matter your age. I found that out the hard way. By living life, which is what everyone's doing. So I guess I'm not unique. But you get my... You catch on. It's sadder because I'm me when it happens. You're gonna blast that heater really high? Nice. Play as a fire dog? Alright. We're gonna set this aside for now. This is something that we could end up using for later. Let's go with Car on Fire. Love it. The pun is just perfect. I love it. If I recall correctly, this is... Yeah, let's do it. My cat never stops talking. I don't need to hear another one. Oh, okay, Black Kitty, you stay quiet. Life is hard as fuck. You know what's really funny about life? It's kind of like a video game, except there's only a single playthrough and it's in hardcore mode. But we're all doing pretty well because I'm still on my first guy. Quiet, Black Kitty. No, Black Kitty, get on in here. Ben Looking, just want to say this is a good stream. Please do it more often if you got the time. Look, I'm streaming as often as I can, which is very rarely. I got a lot of work to do. It's unfortunate. But I will try, Angel. Ninja knows how often I'm happy. Ninja does know. Never. You got 3 cats? Believe it or not, I have 0 cats. However, Samantha Hatcher has 2. No Black Kitty. I don't have a co-driver? Oh my god. This build has been on the exhibition for so long that I actually don't even have a co-driver for it. It predates the new co-driver system. Let's see if we can't fire dog it up. So this fire dog in particular has no cloak, so we have to be a counter puncher. This guy is running for the hills, and we're going to let him go. No, Smecha! Who is shooting this guy? We're taking damage. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. We gotta cut Tiger or Trilobite off. He's going after Clutch. Got him! That's what counterpunching is. It's saving your teammates. You gotta save them. Counterpunching only exists if you're a close-range attacking build that has no cloak. We're gonna burn him out through his rectum. Told you. Rectum? I hardly knew him. Oh, god damn it, Claudia! Claudia, no! Skirtle. Did that guy just remove one of my firing guns? Samacho, what are you doing, dog? What are you doing? You don't have weapons. You're unarmed. Why would you do this? Nom nom nom. Alright, and now we get to put the co-driver in this bitch. What are we thinking? I'm thinking... Oh, I got MVP? Alright, Fire Dog it is. I'm thinking we're going to go with Grizzly. I'm going to mute myself real fast because I can hear myself approaching in the background. Alright, back to being unmuted. What? Ninja is shacking it with Samantha Hatchet? That's right, Samantha Hatchet is Friendship Bunny. Let me guess, it's peanut butter and stuff?
Yeah, but it's actually really good. You should give it a try.
I believe you.
The peanut butter is still very wet.
Yep.
I mean, the chocolate. I'm kind of...
Yep.
You like it, though.
Mm-hmm. I will. You can talk if they want. Well said on Life Ninja. I'm nearly on my second long story. Too sad right now. This sweet hack you tend to type in when the game starts and makes your avatar a girl. Life is much easier with this hack. I get more attention from when I've dressed as a woman, Samantha. I don't understand. Wait, is there a guy sideways? Who is that? Alright, it looks as though we're going to have a problem. So we got to deal with a close range build, which is what we're in, against the bots. We can... No! Team! Don't do it! Okay, so we're going to be able to get Helen the hell out of this game. We're going to double back immediately, because everyone's coming. Bots are shooting me for free damage. They've shot off one of my rear butt cheeks. I'm down to one butt cheek. Oh no, please, Sophia. No, come on. Alright, I'm going to die here. I've managed to attract the ire of every bot, which is the thing you don't want to do. Of course it's a kaiju. They never miss. They do a gajillion damage. I'm out of here. I'm going to try and leave, but the bots aren't going to let me. The rest of the team, we've lost 2. Hey, it's that bot I was trying to evade under all circumstances. What are you doing here? You're going to burn through all my guns and kill me? Fascinating. Oh, we got him. Being shot in the butt by the other bot and the other bot. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why you need a cloak. By the way, if you ever are playing Crossout and you're thinking, do I need a cloaking device? Yes. For this reason. Right there. It's not for the players all the time. Sometimes the opponent's bots are just too strong, and you absolutely need to break aggro off of them. And if you don't have a cloaking device, there's no way to do it. They'll follow you back to your garage. So I knew that the second that I drove in there without a cloak first, I was going to get completely pounded. And that's what happened. You saw it happen. For those of us wondering, I'm eating a peanut butter Rice Krispie treat. It's alright. We're not going to win this. Hammerfall? Yeah, you're dead. I blame Anthony Bot for not winning this. We could have used his dual tsunamis and apparently bot aim. Oh, never mind. Shot the wall for some reason. Now it's trying to aim at a bot. Bots are always like that, Mikey boy. When they're on your team, they're a disappointment. When they're on the enemy team, may God have mercy on your soul, because they're not going to. Samantha Hatcher, can I have something to drink, please? The Rice Krispie treat was delicious, thank you. The only way to create a Borg cube is with Leviathan. Or is there? Interesting. I'm noticing that I have interesting fire angle issue, but whatever. We're going to continue. Laputa, sorry. Oversteer, why? Alright, well, we're going to take a bitch ton of damage right now because I fucked up. I'm just trying to drive away. This dude's trying to drive with me now. He's my best friend. He's my best friend. We are up. We're going to try to help by attacking Final Boss. We may have successfully helped. We're going to try and leave alive using the top speed granted by these wheels. Thanks, wheels. Skirtle. And we're going to go back right on in. We're going to ignore that guy. Oh, never mind. We're going to kill that man. Shotgun brick. Let's see who wins this one, shotgun brick. Not you. Power of the Fire Dog compels you. By the way, this build is downloadable on the exhibition called Charon Fire. Spelled Charon because that's how it's spelled, but pronounced Charon because that's how it's pronounced. So it's literally a car on fire. $10 donation from Mischievous. I'm your #1 fan, and I think you're only okay. Now, if you made a Borg cube, then who knows? I'm your biggest fan, and I think you suck. All right. I mean, not a lot of things hurt, but that's up there. Aw, I can tell. All these hens do is create.
Covered in chocolate.
Samantha Hatcher here is down here with her fingers covered in chocolate.
Chocolate.
What's a Borg cube? What, are we serious? Alright. So, in season 2 of Star Trek The Next Generation, the writers felt that they needed to give Starfleet an ultimate antithesis, a ultimate bad guy, if you will. And so what they did was they, through a character known as Q, introduce a character from a group of characters from the Gamma Quadrant. In case you guys are unfamiliar, the Federation, United Federation of Planets in Star Trek, existed only in the Alpha Quadrant and some in the Beta Quadrant, but mostly the Alpha Quadrant. And so the Gamma Quadrant was super far away on the other side of the galaxy. Oh, great! This guy decided to stop the Fire Dog from hitting his opponents. Legion of Voices does not want assistance under any circumstances. He wants to be the only one colliding with his opponents. Only him. Doesn't matter if his guns can fire across the map. Doesn't really matter. Anyway, so Q is kind of a dick. But regardless of him being a dick, he's also, his first appearance was in Encounter at Farpoint, the very first Star Trek The Next Generation episode, and his entire shtick is the Q Continuum, which is a group of omnipotent beings, are all attempting to, oh god, Matthias, fuck you, are attempting to put humanity on trial. And the reason for putting humanity on trial is manyfold, but is eventually realized much later that they fear humans, because humans show tons of infinite growth, even though they are, the Q are omnipotent beings that are effectively God. They can do literally anything you'd expect real-life God to be able to do. And that's every one of them. Anyway, so, digressions. The Borg are beings that are the antithesis of the Federation from the Gamma Quadrant. They cannot be reasoned with. They don't care about culture. They are called the Borg because they... Oh my god, Matthias, please! Come on, man! Come on, man! Come on, man! That's not fair! This isn't fair! I'm legit fucked. There is nothing I can do. Matthias will not let me free. So anyway, long story short, Q, because of the hubris shown by Captain Picard and Man, decided to hurtle the Enterprise D, which was brand new at the time, Galaxy-class starship, literally into the Gamma Quadrant. Once they arrived in the Gamma Quadrant, they came across the Q, not the Q, but the Borg. The Borg, of course, hit them with their slogan of, you will be assimilated, like lower your shields, you will be assimilated, your technological and cultural distinctions will be added to our own, things like that. Anywho, that's the Borg. And the Borg vehicles, unlike the Starship Enterprise, which is the Enterprise D, which is a beautiful, excellently crafted starship, looks amazing, sexiest starship ever, are a cube. Because they don't need to build fancifully, because of the fact that outer space is I'm just fucking dead. Thank you, bot. Anyway, because outer space has no friction, so you don't have to build colorfully, you don't need to build aerodynamically, so the Borg don't. They build a straight-up cube. That's why. It's just a straight-up cube. And that is what... And they originally, when engaged with the Enterprise D, nearly destroyed it. They overtook it because the Enterprise D can only go like warp 9.9996 or warp 9.96 at its absolute fastest, whereas the Borg could easily continue to accelerate past that speed. They caught up, hit them with a tractor beam, ignored their shields. They used a dissecting ray to cut through the saucer section of the Enterprise. They abducted crew, which would show up later in other series of Star Trek. Not even joking, like Star Trek Voyager shit. Crazy shit. But anyway, they proved to be the most dangerous adversary for the Federation in Star Trek, in the Star Trek franchise. That was the plan, anyway. So Seven of Nine, one of the most popular characters because it's played by Jeri Ryan, who's got, well, let's just say she's amply busted, and they kept her in skin-tight clothing, is a member of, or not a member of, but a freed member of the Borg Collective. The very first freed member of the Borg was, of course, Locutus of Borg, also known as Captain Picard. So, Mischievous wants me to make a Borg cube, which is basically a big-ass cube, and wants me to fly at people and destroy them. But it's impossible to do under a standard build because we only have 80 parts. Resistance is futile. Bag off Tinner, you can stop now. I'm lost. Q even had a son. That is correct. That was during Star Trek Voyager. Okay, so the Space Cube. Good. Got it. What else does Ninja nerd into? Everything. Go ahead. Name a topic. I probably know something about it. Yeah, she did. By the way, funny story for those of us who didn't know Mikey Boy. While she did absolutely raise viewer numbers for Voyager for two obvious reasons, but dish. I didn't know this at the time because I was a kid, right? And so you don't know much, or at least kids don't know much about financing, right? So I was wondering, or many people may have wondered, why Kess was kicked off the show, or why she suddenly aged and had all those mental problems and gained superpowers and blah 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 blah. Well, the reason why was because Kess was voted out. She was the least popular character, and because she was so unpopular, or at least the least popular of the characters available, and they were definitely getting Jerry Big Ol' Tiggle Bitties Ryan, someone had to go, and that was Kess. So the reason why Kess disappeared before that was because they didn't want Kess. You know, they wanted Jerry Ryan for two reasons. Whatever those two reasons are, who knows? I mean, I know, and if you watched Voyager, you know, and if you go online and look up Jerry Ryan, you know. Like, it's crazy. Damn it! This guy's gonna be impossible to hit. Oh no! They're juking me off. I'm being juked off, chat. They're juking me. They're juking me off. Got him. Oh no. No, not mines. Oh, cap cans. Jesus Christ. Ah, I'm dead here. I'm fairly positive I'm dead here. Nope. Still alive. Still getting juked off. No effing way. I cannot believe the effing way. Favorite Warhammer 40k army faction? Space Marine, Black Templar. So the interesting thing, Bluebird, about the Black Templar is they are one of the few, I don't want to call them factions, but one of the few, I guess, factions of Space Marine who actually have multiple failing gene seeds. They don't have the acidic spit, and they also don't have one of the other gene seeds. Unfortunately, I don't recall it off the top of my head, but Black Templar are my favorite. Immediately followed by the Grey Knights. And believe it or not, even though they're not an official faction, even though they are an official but not really, are the Blood Ravens. Blood Ravens from Dawn of War ended up being pretty damn cool. But if we're not counting all those, Ultramarines are amazing, and I'm going to be playing Warhammer Space Marine 2. I loved Space Marine 1. The original Space Marine game is fucking amazing. It's great. Love every second of it, and I'm going to play the second one. The Wheel of Time? Get out of here. Get out of here with your Wheel of Time shit. That reminds me, I need to catch up with the new Strange New Worlds. So, Strange New Worlds is okay. It's okay. It's not as bad as it used to be. This man completed Starfleet Academy and has his certification hanging on the wall. That is true. I like Jerry Ryan. She's cool. Yep. So, Kess, through that impassable space species wait. You're talking about species 8472? Not species 342, it's species 8472. I bet I can nerd out more than me with the Wheel of Time. Very possible. I mean, I can't be like an aficionado in literally everything. Best 40k faction is the Sisters. Praise be to the God Emperor, Divine Leader of Mankind, and Savior of the fucking living. Sisters of Battle are not... Well, I mean, they're okay. Everyone has their favorites. Everyone has their favorites. The Humble Guard, the Imperial Guard, hold the line. By the way, for those of us who don't know, I actually play Warhammer 40k Darktide. I have every character, but obviously, because everybody can have every character, so there's no reason not to, but my default is the Imperial Guardsman. Just another day in the God. Oh my God! Why, dude? Why are you bad? Why do you suck? Oh my God, I don't mean to be toxic, but fucking Christ. That is so annoying. It's like, oh, you're a melee character who can only melee? Well, I'm crashing into you. How does that feel? You're on your team, but... By the way, notice how I'm shooting off into the distance? It's because you have to lead your shots with fire. You can't just aim at your opponent. You gotta lead your shots. Wow. I am a skeleton. I am literally... that dude skeletonized my ass. What was he using? No, Peter! Oh my god, I'm dead. Peter! Peterbot! Like, how does this game do this? This game is like bots. We're gonna T-bone you now. And you're gonna like it, because we will never not crash into you. For Cadia! For the god! For the Emperor! I will also play that video game with him. Ninja, if you don't play the new Dune MMO, then we're gonna have issues. Oh my god, Dune. The spice must flow. So, I was playing Darktide, and anyone who's played Vermintide or anything like that knows, or even Left 4 Dead knows about horde games. And some dude installed a damage counter, you know, one of those things that determines who does the most damage in a group. And at the end of one of the matches, the dude was like, holy fucking shit, dude, you did, and he said a really high number. I think I did close to 1 million. I think I did 900-something thousand damage. And that's like unheard of. And the reason why is because if you're playing the Imperial Guardsmen, you should just use basically auto guns and just mow through them. Baldur's Gate isn't competitive. That is not what I said, Samantha Hatcher, and you know that. Because it's called gamer etiquette. You lack gamer etiquette, and for that reason you can't play that game. For other reasons you can't play competitive games. Alright, that's drones. I haven't watched the newest Dune movie. So I will let you know this. I am not the greatest Dune fan in the world. I have a friend, though, who is. And no, Misty, it's not you. Anyway, this friend, who is the greatest Dune fan of all time, loved the new Dune. Because it is exactly what the books wrote. It's not like Dune, the Peter Quill Molyneux's version or whatever the hell it is. It's literally like the book version of Dune. And it was great. I saw Dune, and it was great. It was, in my opinion, phenomenal. If you like the book version of Dune, which is where everyone gets their lore, because that's where lots of spooters, then you're gonna like Dune. We gotta lead our shots. Gotta lead our shots, chat. Even though we're touching this man, we gotta lead our shots. No, I think I have a gun left. I'm waiting for my team to come in at any time and assist, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Oh, my team is pushing me. Wee! Huh. That's embarrassing. That. A very roundabout way to say skill issue. All men just love the heck out of Dune. I read Dune to impress a guy. Sounds good to me. I don't like the book. I know you don't, baby. Oh no, equalizers, you're fucked. No, you're fucked. Wow. Did we run into a 3-man team? Samit, Yokuzo, and whatever. They're all running the exact same build. Woo, that's brutal. Let it not be said that I don't have a Fire Dog build that I'm willing to play on demand for chat. I'm a fan of more or less all sci-fi. So, there you have it. I'm also a fan of The Witcher, Not any of this Netflix crap. They kind of screwed it all up, but whatever. But I am a fan of The Witcher. I'm a fan of Dragon Age. So Dragon Age Origins and everything. And skipping Dragon Age 2, that was dog shit. But basically, the Dragon Age lore, love it. I'm a fan of all Dungeons and Dragons, but as per standard, as anyone who is a Dungeons and Dragons fan knows, mostly things from Faerun, because Faerun is the world that has sold the most in video games. If you've played Neverwinter Nights, Neverwinter Nights 2, if you've played Baldur's Gate, the original, Baldur's Gate 2, Shadows of Amin, the original, Baldur's Gate 3, which just came out, all of those things happen in Faerun. So if you are an aficionado of Faerun, you enjoy that kind of stuff. What do people run copy builds in teams? Do you mean why, Bagov? You read the first Twilight book for an X? Ugh. Never compromise your morals. I shall never nor ever understand nor read that bullshit lore. It's like, look at me, I'm a fucking dog. Look at me, I'm a vampire. We both want to have sex with this girl who has no character traits, so that girls who read this book can imprint themselves into the position of the girl. Never gonna read that. I'm not gonna read Harry Potter either. Look, I know, Harry Potter's probably amazing, but I'm not watching it. I'm sorry. Not watching it, I'm not reading it. It's not happening. You can't make me. Just not interested. Got him. Alright, so we're gonna swing around and hopefully kill this man. Oh no, we got juked! We got juked, Chad! He's juking us! He's juking us off! What do we do? 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 This is a bad idea! Well, I think we crippled him. Good. We gotta turn around and immediately engage these fools. Is it the spiders? It's the fucking spiders again. No! No, he juked me off! No, I got juked off again! Oh, thank goodness. Help. No, you don't! You faced the wrong direction, my boyo! You're no juking me off this time. No juke. Yes! Oh, wait, that wasn't the last guy. I thought that was the last guy. I was going all in because that was the last guy. That's not the last guy, chat. We gotta get in there. Please don't crash into me. Skirtle. Here we go. Third time's the charm. Please don't do this. Nice soup. I think my flame weapons are entirely out of ammunition. I'm gonna die here. So hopefully my allies decide to get their thumbs out of their butts and do something. Oh, great, the guy with the gun died. And this dude is dead. Okay, well, we tried. We did our bests. We did our bests. Helps keep the same power score. Brother read Twilight for a girl and now they're married. That's funny. A friend of mine read Twilight and he died. Hit by a truck. Get it? No! He survived it because he only took 103 because he's a verter on his cabin. Does this give him an advantage of some sort? Seems like they steamroll my teams every time I encounter them. You mean these individuals, why do they run the same build? They run the same build because they found an effective build and they all have the same equipment. And so as long as they aim at the same dude, they're gonna steamroll. Do you like the Culture series by Ian M. Banks? I actually don't know the Culture series. I watched 5 straight hours of Sailor Moon for a person I fancied. Something tells me you would have watched those 5 straight hours regardless, Misty. My bestie wanted me to read Twilight so bad, but I always knew it sounded retarded. So I gave my signed copies to my little brother, and he said and acquired his wife. I'm not mad you won't support Harry Potter on the bigot or the bigot who wrote it, says Mischievous. She tried reading because I did stuff with shit, even she didn't read it all. I went back to the Wheel of Time. Fair enough. My friend owns a house dedicated to Harry Potter. He's making a movie about his stories. One of the characters is based on me, and the other one is my daughter. I don't care about Harry Potter. I have much better fantasies to get into. No thoughts on the author. My character is the love interest. Oh, that's adorable. All right, so we did our absolute best, but we're not going to beat a 3-man because you only have so many hit points, right? So you only have so many hit points. I really do like this build. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to... Wow, I'm nowhere near mass limit anymore. This used to be at mass limit. Hold on. Yeah, this was literally to the mass limit. But the reason why it's not is because these are all fused now. And that's also fused. Like, all these things are fused. None of these things were fused before. So... Hold on a second, let me check something. There's something else that was different. There's gotta be something different. Nope. I'm just drunk. Whatever. What we're going to do is we're going to, because we are using Grizzly, we could... Hold on, what's the top speed of this bish right now? You going to make a board cube? I don't know. Again, 80 parts is not enough to reliably make a cube. This thing's top speed is 91 with the Howl Cabin. One of the things that I could do... nope, that's not correct. 100. Well, I'm sorry, 96, 97, 96, 90. We're going to say 95. So this thing's top speed is 95 normally. I could increase it to 100 by putting in... Because it can be anyone, putting in Phobos. The problem is everything here is all about invisibility, and this thing doesn't have an invisibility module. Grizz is a good option at pretty much all times. What's your air build, Bluebird? Any thoughts on the Cricket? It's overpowered. They're gonna end up nerfing it based on history. If history repeats itself because a-holes keep not learning, they're gonna end up re-nerfing it. I know that sounds difficult to believe, or but I'll explain. Originally, the Cricket fired really, really fast, and that's the reason why they nerfed it into the goddamn ground. What they've done recently, via a stupid series of patches and upgrades and shit like that, they've brought the Cricket back to what it was before. There was a time where Crickets were brought into Clan Wars because they were better than relics, and right now that's where they're going. If you have a fused Cricket for fire rate, and then you bring Adatlan for more fire rate, and then you bring something else for more fire rate. There's 3 things with bonus fire rate. You're going to completely rip rockets downfield, just like the Cricket used to way back in the day. And it's going to do the exact same damage, and it's going to get nerfed. Oh, Samantha Hatcher's falling asleep. You added a co-driver. I did. Maybe they add an effect. They do add an effect. Also, normal people can't make a board cube with 90 parts, but a cardboard ninja. It's 80 parts. He's pretty fucking cool. Blockchains to shoot off propellers. Okay, so I just want to point something out. There was a recent fusion event that happened, and I desperately wanted. We're gonna get rid of these 2 side pieces, these bus panels. We're gonna grab Steppenwolf parts. Desperately wanted to participate in. I did not have the opportunity to, so I did not successfully do it. For those of us who don't know what I'm referring to, it was a fusion event. And the fusion event was to fuse MFing blockchains. I super wanted them because you need them. Blockchains require a very specific fusion to be super effective, and it's for projectile range, or at least range. Blockchains with extended range hit not as far as Athena's, but pretty far. And when you hit that far, they just become laser cannons. They're just amazing. Reload module. Yeah. How am I going to build a Borg cube? I keep trying to tell you, because you're not listening. Hold on. Let me grab paint. Okay, it's New Year's snowfall. No, it's, there, it's heat. There we go, bang. And we're going to send this as the updated build. We're going to use... Oof. Maybe I shouldn't change those parts. Accelerates a little bit slower, but more durability is more durability. Screw it, we're going to do it. Even though I think this one looks better, but whatever, it doesn't matter. We're going to overwrite Car on Fire. It's been a while. Going to go to the exhibition, and we're going to nuke our old Car on Fire. Goodbye, Car on Fire. Hello, Car on Fire to the exhibition. There we go. And then we're going to get rid of it. Because I've done enough of that fire dog stuff. In the air or a viable unfused because you needed to get it closer to reliably hit the propeller. So basically you're just trying to cut their propeller off, huh? I've seen, by the way, that Enterprise art build that you're referring to was even in an event recently. It uses double hurricanes, right? Yeah, that was a fun build, Misty. Mikey Boy says I need to go eat and get some sleep. Good to meet you, Mischievous. Thank you for the stream, Mr. Cardboard Man, who is Ninja. Have a good evening, Mikey Boy. Thank you for stopping by. Play Reapers. Okay, why not? I got a Reaper build. Let's go shoot some fools with pew pew. Actually, what the hell are my challenges? Oh, good, perfect. I need to destroy people with machine guns. That lines up. I mean, that just lines up with the thing that I need to do. Let's do it. So, blockchains are an interesting beast. I really kind of like them. I've always liked blockchains, though I do have a problem with them. The problem that I have with them is the same thing I kind of have with the synthesis and the rapier. And the problem that I have with blockchains is that they are very effing difficult to build around. Putting them on your build and armoring them is nearly impossible, first of all. Okay, fair enough. But beyond the near impossibility of putting them on your build and armoring them, you've got the secondary problem. Well, what's the secondary problem, you might ask? That's what I'd ask. Secondary problem is that they don't have enough hit points. Like, they're very easily removed. So for as big as they are, they're very vulnerable. And it's rough. If you peekaboo with them, you can actually do a significant sum of damage. You can put in a lot of work. But you really have to, you gotta really peekaboo with them. You gotta look out, take a looky-loo, take a shot, hide. Ah, Jesus. Protection for the guns? What do I look like? A gamer? Look, one of the greatest advantages of the Reaper is the fact that it can aim in all directions. I genuinely have disdain for Reaper builds that you can't, that you have to basically, you only have one firing angle from. I'm just being shot in the butt by this asshole, and I'm hoping that my teammate will be here by the time, there we go. See how that works? I helped Hasi escape by firing at that guy. Ow, 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 ow. How many people are left? 4? So I know where 3 of my guys are. Oh, Dave. Hey, DaveBot. Free damage for you, huh? Dave apparently had been killing my team. We're just gonna fire damage into this guy. Sparking? Yep, sparking. Alright, we've got to assist this guy while these guys are distracted. My guns won't last very long in a firefight. We did not get in there in time. That's not good. Frankenstein wants me to go in first. Okay, we've got... No! We don't care about that guy. We care about this guy. Guns won't last very long. Team not helping. Didn't help. He hid instead of standing up front and killing him. Unfortunate. What? How did he shoot that thing off of his gun? This dude's AFK because he's got no weapons left. We lose. Unfortunate. But Bagov, in case you're interested, those guns look unprotected. But looks can be deceiving. This dude's bringing an Executioner at 14k. 15k, oh my god. Look, I love the Executioner as much as the next guy. You can't take it to 15k. We lose, he's not going to be able to get that cap before he gets hit by those heathers. Oh, here comes the obvious guy stopping you. You should fly away now. You gotta evade him for 1 minute and 50 seconds. Go, go, go. You're dead. You flew right into it. So this build combines the power of the Humpback with the power of the Averter. And so the guns are averted. They are protected. They just don't seem protected. In reality, I think the problem is that you kind of want the Reapers to be in the lowest possible power score, and so that lends them to not being on a heavy cabin. Yeah, the devs make some dumb bot builds, but to be fair, the ones that they make that are good are a little too good. Like that quad destructor bot, have you fought that fucking thing? It's brutal. Hi, I'm the AI. I'm about to burn off 1,600 of your hit points. Oh, you don't have 1,600 hit points. Well, then you're dead. Pew! That one's pretty brutal. Way back in the day, 13, 14, and 15k PS bots were, hey, Alejandro, he's using something similar, were amalgams. They were two things at once. They tried to, wait, did someone just shoot me? Yeah, I'm at 4%. Someone actually hit me. They tried to do things where they would mix legs and hovers. You don't see those bots around anymore, to be honest. But they used to, where your front would be legs and your rear would be hovers. Alejandro's going to block because he is my nemesis. This is with 4 Reapers. 4 Reapers are trying to burn Florence down. It takes forever. Crap. All right, we need to reposition. There should be a guy right here. There he is. Ow, 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 ow. Alright, so guns are sparking. Alejandro's hiding. He doesn't want his guns to be sparking. We let them up over here. That's not good. Slightly pepper that guy. Alejandro's going in. That ain't good. My Second Amendment, chat! My Second Amendment! Could 9K be considered seal clubbing territory now because of confrontation? Yeah. Seal clubbing constantly rises. A very long time ago, I was playing with a friend, or at least an in-game friend, and he thought that 12K was seal clubbing. Like, people were seal clubbing into 12K, and I'm like, man, get off it. At that point, I'm like, at what point, what isn't seal clubbing? If you're at 12,000 power score, and you're still on the back foot, I don't know if we can help you, man. I don't know if this game is for you. How many like so Seal Club territory is an interesting beast, right? I think 6K, if you have any number of hours in this game and you're in a 6K power score match, you're most likely Seal Clubbing. I know a while ago I used to play 5K, like 5999s, and I used fused little boys, and it worked out amazing. Like, the damage was just too good. Like, you just bully people around there. So that was probably seal clubbing. But I didn't seal club with, like, you know, porcupines or some shit like that. Good job. Congratulations on reaching 11K. But, like, 11K, like, that's only 1K lower than what I'm playing at right now. I can't say, oh man, those dang seal clubbers coming all the way down to 12,000 power score to bully me. You know? Fucking scorpions. God damn it, those seal clubbers. See, the problem is that you probably bring the wrong weapons, and I'm not talking about you or anyone else in chat. I'm talking about if you're at 12K and you find yourself on the back foot, it's because you're using the wrong weapons. So Reapers, for example, are the wrong weapon. I'm not gonna lie, Reapers are not strong. So fighting at this power score with Reapers is brutal. I've got a Scorpion bot, or a Scorpion player over there, I've got people coming up from behind me. Like, there's the Scorpions again. Like, this is brutal. Yeah. But, you know, it's not something I didn't bring upon myself. I'm dragging a very low PS weapon, in my opinion. Far too high. This guy's self-destructing on my guns. But what if I just pin you against the wall with fucking bullets? Oh, I bet you didn't see that shit coming. Yep. There goes one of my guns. There goes my other gun, because he's aiming at me instead of aiming at the 30 dudes surrounding him. He's like that meme of that white girl in front of all those people, smiling. You know the meme. You guys know the one. Surrounded by a bunch of people who are about to pound her silly, and she's just like smiling. That's literally what just happened. I got MVP with Reapers? Not bad. Seriously, the sheer fact that I was across the map fighting some other dude, and that guy's like, I'm firing cannons into you. I look back, and it's like 4 allies are legitimately ramming this dude and shooting him simultaneously, but he's shooting me mile away in the back. Well, I mean, I guess if he... How do I put this? I think he may have been hoping for a luck shot. I know that meme well. I bet you do. But I think that the reason why he shot at me was because he was hoping for a lucky shot. If you shoot someone in the back, it's possible you hit something high explosive, but there's nothing high explosive in the back of my build. It's just all armor. After this, I'm going to try and make a Borg cube. We'll see what we can do. I don't know what'll come out of it. Maybe destructors. Triple destructor to imitate phaser fire. Just, I don't know. We'll see what we can do. Not a doctor on this one. Oop. Oop. Ah. Oop. Shouldn't the bot be like right there? It is. Reapers do not stand up to Punishers even on a bot. Like, look how many shots this thing takes. I'm not gonna aim at that bot, I'm gonna aim at this player. Yeah, I was dead no matter what. Oh, look at that! I was the second to last player. Yeah, Bluebird is correct. Seal clubbing, I believe, is when you take a relic weapon and try and hit the lowest level player in the world with it. That's seal clubbing. Taking a fused legendary into a legendary power score bracket, I don't feel like that's seal clubbing. So we're gonna need, I don't know what to do here. We're going to, all right. I'm trying to make a Borg cube, chat. I know this doesn't make any sense. Shut up. Shut up. I'm gonna go with the photon. Because again, the problem is we've got an 80 part limit and we're already down to 78 parts. How big can we build with 78 parts? We have a choice. We can either do centralized with like parts going off to either side like an X, or we can do it the other way around where we have like the cabin in the corner. I'm gonna try something unique. Probably not the best idea, to be honest. We're gonna try cabin in the corner. We're going to go with, this has got to be a cube. It's got to be the same length, height, and width, which is the problem, right? Building, like, it's just going to be difficult no matter what we do. What relic parts pair with a legendary if I get to the point of being able to get one relic and one legendary? Tsunami Typhoon pair perfectly. Use propellers and you don't need frame. Oh, Bluebird, hilarious. Make a fucking hoverboard cube. Could I do that? Could I make a board cube that flies? I possibly could. Other than that, let me think. Because I'm trying to think of the relics that pair. Punishers pair with the Akari. Punishers pair with any lesser machine gun. True machine gun, not minigun. Let's see. So Punisher combined with Aspect / Punisher combined with No Thung / Punisher combined with... No, those are more or less it. Though I have seen, believe it or not, this is true, I've seen Punishers combine with Spectres. The Flash and the Spark do work well together. Breakers do work with Hammerfalls. I've seen a single Hammerfall, single breaker build. I have seen single Jormungandrs and Nidhogg's. I've not seen Mastodon Mammoth. They actually don't pair very well. Tsunami Typhoons are the same gun. Helicons and Waltzes do not pair well together. Spark Flash work very well together. Firebug, Draco do not work well together. Ripper is not really actually an upgrade of anything. They just put that line there for fun. And that's it. You put Pyre behind the wall? What? We're just gonna go with the middle. I was gonna try and do something creative, but we ain't got that kind of time. We've got, what's the difference here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 8. Because we're gonna go with like a 2x6 on either side. So the total distance is 6 plus 5 plus 5. 16. So we're looking at 16 in any direction. We're going to go forward 16. So that is a distance of, from the front, 16 minus 3 is 13 minus, no, that can't be right. That is right. 13 minus 6 is 8 or something like that. Is that right? No, this seems about the same. Oh, right, because it's back to front. Son of a bitch. All right, we're just going to grab 1x8s and call it good. We're not going to do any more math. It's too late at night, chat. Can't be doing all this math. All right. We're going to rock destructors. Because it's easiest. Yeah, we're going to try to make a board cube out of this. I just don't have very much faith in this because I don't have very many parts. We're running out of parts already, it feels like. So we're going to need... We want tracks. I think we do. We're gonna try something. Why not? Fuck it. You guys can't stop me. You did. God have mercy on your soul. We're gonna grab a couple Sleipnirs, and then a couple more Sleipnirs. See how she functions. Something tells me if I go too fast, this will. Yep, there it is. So we're going to. Hurricanes would save 1 part slot, probably. I don't think I'm going to succeed. There's just not enough parts. But I'm going to try. It won't matter, though, because there's not enough parts. We're going to grab 2x4s. So, in my imagination, chat, what's going to end up happening is we're going to attempt to... I just got an Omamori from the mini battle pass. How do I build with it? Alright, so if you look at the Omamori, if you look at the Omamori or the Averter, or the Master... Is the Master Cabin? Yeah, the Master Cabin, or the not Thyrus, but the, whatever. All of those things have little nodes on them. How do I build it? Religiously. Very careful. Or should I sell it and buy other parts? No! Okay, so first and foremost, yes, but no. So here's the deal. First and foremost, under no circumstances, and this is just rules to live by, should you ever, you or anyone, ever sell an Omamori for less than $7,000. If you're not getting 7,000 or more coins, don't sell it. It's gonna go back up in price. It always does. Everybody wants one. You can't get them anywhere. They only release them in battle passes because they're jerks and trying to make money and blah, 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 blah. So, don't, I'm singing you the don't song right now, ever sell it for less than 7K. If you can get 7K or more, go ahead. And then you can go and get more parts. But in the meantime, let's get you addicted to that sweet, sweet tasting Omamori. The Omamori has, if you look at it, these little nodes. You can see the nodes because it's the only thing that you can see on the screen right now. Every one of these little tri-slotted tri-circles things is a node. Every single part attached to that node, so for example, let's assume I put this here, right? Oop. By the way, look at this. See how there's, if you look to see where it's being attached, do you see those two yellow nodes? And if I put it here, you can see those two yellow nodes. Those sync up to these two nodes, 1, 2, right? And they don't always, but they do. So there's 4 nodes here, but I'm sorry, not 4 nodes. There's 4 attachment points, but only 2 nodes here. And so on and so forth, right? So anything attached to those nodes gains the effect of the Omamori. If I put it over here in this position like this, nothing is attached to the Omamori. Literally nothing. Nothing is gaining any benefit. It's just sitting here, nothing is. But if I take this gun and rotate it in a stupid way and attach to that node, then this gun now has 50% damage reduction. True 50% damage reduction. Damage is split between that and the Omamori. So, how do you build with the Omamori? Well, that's a good dang question. We're not going to use the Omamori in this build per se. But you use... This doesn't have the Omamori, but it has an averter on it. This uses the averter similarly to how you would use an Omamori. You build it in... Actually, no, I have a better example. I mean, I have an example. I don't know if it's better. And if you are on the PC version, you can search for this build on the exhibition and it will help you out, or could help you out. It's called Invinciguns. And Invinciguns utilize the Omamori to its utmost, where it has 2 guns attached to both the master cabin, which you may or may not have, but that's not relevant, but also to an Omamori in the back. So this part right here, this tiny little part here, is the Omamori. And that's how you build with it. It's attached both to the cabin and the guns, and it will protect the cabin and the guns. And it's also attached to some other crap, but, you know, whatever. Typically, what you're going to want to do is, the difference between the averter and the Omamori is this. The averter you want to have attached to as many things as possible. You want to use up all the nodes at all times, no matter what. There's no downside to doing it, do it. The Omamori, however, works a little bit differently. Because it only has 1 pool of resources to prevent damage, the more things that it's connected to, the worse it is, and it's more easily destroyed. I know that doesn't sound like it makes sense, but damage is split between the parts that are protected by the Omamori and the Omamori itself. Damage before it hits the Omamori itself goes to the Omamori's personal damage shield, but overflow damage absolutely goes to the Omamori, and it can destroy it. So when you go to build with this thing, keep that in mind, that you're attempting to protect something specific. You don't want it to cover everything, not always. Most of the time, you want it to cover specifically one thing. Oftentimes, you might want to say, you know what, I want it to protect the cabin. But oftentimes you don't. I don't think there's an Omamori on this build, surprisingly. So, there is an Omamori on this build. And it protects the guns, and I think it protects the cabin. No, I know it protects the cabin. Yeah. So if you here and click on the Omamori, right? So the Omamori is right down there protecting both of these 2 guns, one high and one low, and it's also connected to, I believe, the underside of the cabin. It's going for 10K on Xbox, nice. PS4, sadly. Thank you for input. Right now I have 2 Millers on it. But it pops, so I lose everything. Okay. So, step 1. The Omamori is not invulnerability, right? So, most people... not most people. I think that there is the idea that anything attached to the Omamori is basically invulnerable. That is not remotely accurate. It can survive up to twice as long. That's it. We're not talking about anywhere near invincibility. Unless, and this is a big unless, you can also repair your guns. Hence the reason why on the build that you saw, that I was showing you earlier, with Invinciguns, the guns are repairable. So because of the fact that guns can be repaired, and are attached to the Omamori, that actually technically doubles the amount of healing they take. Because doubling the damage, doubling the durability, doubling the whatever, basically doubles the healing. And blah, blah, blah. Alright, this is almost a cube. Almost a square. Still a bit too big. Yeah, that's about right. Alright, so from here, what we're going to do is, on our journey to attempt to build a Borg cube, we're going to bring these in by one. Nailed it. We're going to need to build upwards, and we're going to need to build like a cube. Ugh. So we're going to grab the elbow. If you don't have one of these, I highly suggest you get them. Oop. We're going to put the cube-like stuff on the exterior. How do you get repaired? Is it with the Chronos? That's one of the ways. The Master and the Chronos, I believe, are the two ways. So the Master Cabin will repair 50% of an item's durability. And the Chronos, I think, repairs up to 30% or something like that. Mind you, the thing is, it's 30% over that period of time. It can heal it all the way to full. It just is trying to give you the rate in a very roundabout, terrible mathematical way. Hmm. So far, so good. What we're going to do is we're going to throw on the oppressor. Is there any way to make this connect? Come on. Stop trying to hit me and hit me. It's possible. Someone was saying the Master Cabin is shit to build with. They're probably not wrong. Person probably sounds like me, but was it me? Did you hear it from me? If you heard it from me, you're not wrong. But if you didn't hear it from me, I don't know where you're getting this from. You're full of shit. No, okay. So the idea is this. The Master Cabin is a... It did get buffed recently. That's the best way to put it. Originally, yeah. It was kind of bad. Reload module brain. Kick in. If I were a reload module, it would be the K2 flywheel looking right at. Bang. Yeah. So believe it or not, you don't even need it on the last cabin tier list. I believe you can look this up under my Cardboard Ninja spends 23 minutes or something breaking down the Master Cabin. And to the credit of Gaijin or Targim or whoever the fuck makes this game, either they listened, though there's very little evidence they did. Either they listened or otherwise. Because, and this is true, They changed it. It no longer is a light cabin. So the issue that the primary issue, even if it functioned, and this is my argument, and it was correct. As I just stand on that, I'm just like, trust me. My argument, rock solid. My argument, which was correct, was that the master cabin had the problem of even if it worked, it failed. That was the largest problem with the master cabin. And the reason why it was an even if it worked, it still doesn't function situation was because the master cabin itself was a light cabin. It just was too light. So you couldn't put weapons on the fucking master cabin, right? So the issue, as I outlined it, and it was until they fixed it, was that the master cabin had what's the way of phrasing this? The master cabin had no mass to play with. Plain and simple. So what this amounts to is if you were to attempt to build with the master cabin, which is what what you're gonna do, because that's what the plan is, right? You wanna build the fucking thing. You attempt to build with the master cabin, you didn't, and you wanted to use the perk, you couldn't put anything on the fucking on the cabin. You just couldn't. There was nothing to put onto the master cabin. That was the problem. So you'd look at it and you'd be like, okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to put tsunamis on this thing. If you put tsunamis on it, the downside would be that you used up like over 50%. It was well over 50%. Somewhere in the neighborhood of like 60 something percent of the overall mass of the entirety of the cabin itself, just for the weapons. And so you couldn't have any hit points. And so, but it was mandatory. Like that was the problem. The problem wasn't that you did that. The problem was it was mandatory to do that. You were put into a stupid situation where you had no choice but to put the biggest guns you could on the build, because healing 50% of a part is nothing. I outlined that and proved that during the video, where if you actually do have 50% of a part or heal 50% of a part, it's completely irrelevant. It doesn't have an effect. It's trash. And that I proved with the at the time one of the best bumpers, and now it's no longer one of the best, but the train plow. I'm like, look, here's the train plow, right? And I outlined that it takes about 1/2 of 1 second to do half the hit points of a train plow with your average with how quickly damage is dealt in crossout, but it takes over 30 seconds to repair it or something like that. Yeah, 5 seconds to overheat, then cools down for 5 seconds. So it takes over 10 seconds to repair it with a 10-second cooldown. Now, the perk before didn't work that way. The perk was worse. But yeah, no, it was just too many bad things simultaneously. It was just too much bunk. It was just too poor. And so, yeah, no, the master cabin used to be total crap. Big old stinky Duke. And then, for whatever reason, maybe the devs watched my video or something, I don't know, they changed it. They were like, no, you know what, we're going to make the master cabin better, and then they did. So one of the things I'm trying to do right now is to replicate that Borg cube aspect, but it's tough. Not enough space in order to fire through here. And I don't want all the weapons necessarily to be front mounted. They did add weight because they converted it. They converted it from what it was to what it is now. They converted it from a light cabin to a medium cabin. The conversion of a light to a medium cabin immediately made it better. It increased its mass limit, so it no longer had such pathetic mass limit. So you could actually, you know, put stuff on the damn thing. We've got the reload module. Actually, I don't think we even need the gas gen at this point. Is there another part that we would put on this? I don't think so. So we're going to drop that, and we're going to drop this down to the P1 charge. Oh, also they streamlined the perk. So a lot of people were failing to get any benefit at all from the from it at all from the master, and the reason why they were failing to get any benefit is because they didn't know when to activate or when to deactivate the fucking thing, right? So you had to activate it to charge it, and then after it fully charged, you had to manually, using your brain, activate it a second time to make it start to heal. And so that's what originally made it take 30 seconds for it to activate originally. And so nobody wanted to do that. It's not just nobody wanted to, they didn't know how or didn't know to do it. And so it just got a bad rap because it was it was genuinely ass. Genuine ass is the correct term. It was just bad. So there you have it. Gonna grab radar. All right, from here I think we just throw armor on. Good luck. Good luck, everybody. We're gonna try to go a little higher with something. Let's try bumpers. Your first mistake was relying on the players to realize that they needed to push the button a second fucking time in order to get their bonus. Meanwhile, the first button press, which is true, only gives them a penalty. What? Yeah, the first button press just overheats your cabin and makes you take double damage. The second button press, which is the most important button press, actually heals the components. Meanwhile, they're in the middle of a firefight and don't have fucking time. They just don't have the time to think that shit through and push the button a second time. So there they are, taking double damage and not knowing at all that they need to push the button a second time. So that was the problem with the Master Cabin. But it's fixed, so feel free to use it. Damn, this chat wants me to redo my damn tier list. I can sense it. I can just sense these things. It's like, hey, by the way, you know your tier list is super out of date. Shh. No. I'm just saying that, you know, so many things have changed. Maybe you should shh. Keep your opinions to your goddamn self. Yeah. Hearts. We're at halfway out of hearts. Okay. And by the way, just so we're on the same page, I don't mean that to be insulting about using your brain to activate the thing a second time. Not that it matters whether or not. I'm not trying to not insult people either. It's like, oh no, I'm so scared to insult them. No, I'm not. I'm not scared to insult anyone. I'm just stating that it's very kludgy. That's the best way to put it. Like, normally, it's a little bit too kludgy. It would be the best way of phrasing that. It's too kludgy. Like, think about all the things that I just said that you ended up having to do. You had to recognize that your part was taking damage, hopefully activate your perk before it started sparking, wait 10 seconds for it to charge, then activate the perk to a second time in order to repair it. And while you're doing that, you also have to engage in a firefight against your opponent, who certainly didn't stop firing at you, right? It's just too many things. It's just too many things. And so, you know, you can only keep track of so much shit in this game. There's a reason why, like, most people don't put their ammo crates onto not breakaway parts, but what's it called? Onto the Rift. Because it's just so much work. It's like, okay, while in the middle of a firefight, right, you got to make sure that you rift off your ammunition or else it'll explode. It's like, wait a minute, how much effort do I have to put into this game? You got to put so much effort in. You got to double down on that effort. Not anywhere near enough effort. You're not working your ass off. You're not regretting logging into Crossout. You're not putting enough effort. And you know, most people they don't want to put in that effort. And look, I don't. Lord knows I don't, which is why I'm telling you guys how to use breakaway parts and all that good stuff like that, because it's like, holy crap, that is a redonkulous amount of effort. I put my ammo crates on poles. Thug life. I mean, not gonna lie, clever. You gotta do what works. So, new ghost builds for effective, like, I mean, theoretically, you could probably booster lance it if you really wanted to. Cyclones is probably the thing that I would worry about the most, right next to Retchers, because that's gonna suck. I mean, as a player, just playing the game, and then some d-bag with Retchers rolls up and instantaneously blows you up with that sweet plus 28 plus most likely 20% over that. You're probably gonna it's probably gonna be a 48% damage bonus because they're probably gonna roll Phobos. You know, just because they're assholes. So I imagine that to be a, let's just say annoying one. You go this way. Let's see how the firing will still work. Oh, they still seem to function. This is going down as one of the most horrible builds I've ever done. But let it not be said that I don't whore myself out for money. Oh, Lord. Does it go to the ground? Oh, good. Better not block. Of course it does. I'm fine with parts blocking, just not blocking too much. Oh my god, hurricanes are across the map. Yeah, you're not wrong. Your statement isn't wrong. But, and this is true, I would be less angry nowadays only because of the fact that we've got missile launchers to intercept those. So I'm less mad at the crazy BS that is your build. How much for a cap can build? Jesus Christ. Let's do one build at a time, chat. Let's finish off this build before you force me to do another one. What am I thinking of? I'm thinking of not Fenders. Yeah, Bartizans. Bartizan should fit, right? Bartizan doesn't fit? Oh no. Oh, it does fit. But it doesn't fit. It should fit here, right? It takes a lot more effort than you guys would imagine. I want this to be able to fire behind it. Kinda do. So this should be lower, if possible, which it should be. There's open space in there. This should be possible to loop between the... Come on. Come on. Come on. I can literally see the space. Video game. What are you doing to me? I will be honest though. Of all the builds in the world in this gin joint blah 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 place, oh my god, do I hate hurricanes. Just in general. And it's not because of any reasons that you'd think. It's just because I goddamn hate them. Because they're crazy cheesy. Ah, the D side. Hell yeah. Grab me a carjack. No, we're gonna grab... My god, this is so effort intensive. There we go. The part that I'm thinking of. Here we go. There we go. Alright, we're at about 11k. This'll do. Let's go fight someone with this. Let's see what happens. Ah! At one moment I'm hated, the other moment I'm praised. Welcome to the internet. Now you know what it's like to be a content creator. Alright. It's been years. You wanted a cube-shaped build that's similar to the board. Best we got. Inevitable Demise wanted me to invite them. No Inevitable Demise. Huh. Look at that. Someone's still trying to rock Athena's. Energy weapons are their own beast right now. Everyone is terrible at the video game simultaneously. Excellent. This guy's gonna block me. He's running backwards away from one man. We got one. First blood. They're capping our base. This guy again, outstanding. Literally just W keying to try and stop the cap. One. I did it. I stopped the cap. Oh no! My Borg cube! I stopped the cap at 0.0 seconds, chat. No! My Borg cube, no! Thankfully I put a car jack on this bitch and I'm breakdancing. Oh, I only have one destructor left, that's why. Wow, did I just win us the game? Never lose control of your build, chat. I don't believe that shit. Did you guys see me run in like a champion and stop that cap? I stopped that cap. Whoop. Oh no! My last gun, no chat. I'm being dragged through this dumb garbage. Whatever. Do. Get ass. Immolated. Get assimilated. That's the full sentence. What is wrong with you guys? Jesus Christ. Unbelievable. We didn't do well, because the firing arcs are dog shit, but we did win. And victory is a quality all its own. This reminds me of a build like the... What is the thing called? The Grasshopper? That's a MechWarrior reference. genuine garbage. This build is genuine garbage. Oh, whatever. Why is it a cube? Well, Michelle Obama Museum, man, whatever you're. How do I? Hold on. Obama is a man. Oh, Michelle Obama is a man. The reason why it's a cube is because it was requested that I make a similar thing to a board cube and then play it. So I did. It's the best thing I could come up with in the shape of a board cube to the homage of the original Star Trek Next Generation. So I know it's hard to say the original Star Trek Next Generation, but the sheer fact that they brought back the TNG cast for that abortion crap, well. I mean, there is proof for it. Ow. Avoid that fire. Good job, Syntax there. I don't know what his weapons were, but holy Christ. Blew that guy apart. Oh, we don't want to enter the fire just yet. We need to put a radio on this thing. Ow. Oh no, the weakness of being massive. Oof. That dude just plowed through that guy's career. Alright. There. We played games as the board cube. I think we've won them both so far. We've done very poorly on all of them, but we did it. People came up, they shot me. The car didn't explode because they don't know what they're shooting at, because it looks like a big ass piece of junk. Oh my lord. Is it the new meta? No. No. Is it gonna work for very long? No. But we did put enough bullshit between the cabin and weapons so that it wasn't immediately one shot. There you have it. We did it. Board cube completed. Whew. Go back to those challenges. I think I have one that I have not completed. Yeah, we need to kill more enemies with machine guns. So, let's actually complete that. Let's shoot people with machine guns until they drop. I think you're talking about Ravager, and I have it. It'd be better if I could find a way to make it so you could fire. So the idea is that the board cubes are, as I said, uniformly cubical, but their weapons fire out from anywhere on their ship. So because of that reason, they don't have like weapon ports, phaser banks, phaser arcs, or anything like that. So it's hard to determine where their weapons come from, which is one of the things I was trying to mimic. But the problem is we do have firing arcs and cross out, and so it's only to my detriment to have been playing that build. So. Screw you, Emma. Oh great, fuck you, Pines. Nice. Great, more fuck you, Pines. Just cutting me off. Nice. Alright, fuck you, Pines. Love them. Alright, cap cans, balanced. So it's fuck you, Pine, cap can. Amazing. Hey, it's more fuck you, Pines. Alright, nice. Alright, more of that. What's funny is you may kill me, but I am going to do my damnedest to disarm you. Oh, I guess I just kill you. How does that feel? Huh. How awkward. That's gotta be weird. There's a guy, like, right there. If these... Nope, they're just ignoring him. Ha! 52 hit points. Still in the game, bitch. Not even close. Survive with 10% less durability in missions. Not even close, chat. Not even close. Wait, did we actually complete that all of Sky Ranger just now? Oh my god. That was one game. Yeah, no. We got him. We MFing got him. Imagine spending all that money on porcupines to lose to Reapers. Unfused, normal-ass Reapers. Damn. Hate to see it. Like a Timex watch. You hate to see it like a Timex watch. Damn. Do you remember Timex? Holy shit. That guy's a Scorpion player because of course he is. Guy's gonna shoot at me because of course he would. Got FU Pines on their side. Oh my god. I hit something. I'm just gonna hold down left mouse button and see what happens. I mean, you can't have infinite hit points. It's Scorpion guy, isn't it? Yeah, guess it doesn't matter. Alright, not too bad. The best part is this build has fuel on it. Sneaking fuel into and out of missions. That's what I fucking live for, chat. That is what I live for. That's why I play Crossout. I don't play it for CW, I don't play it for uranium. I play it specifically and explicitly for the fuel. I'm not even joking. If you're thinking, he's joking, I'm not even joking. It's too bad that these things are like, you know, per day. Also, I accidentally overproduced New Year's flares like a dumb fuck. So now I have to wait for these things to go back up in price. Greetings, Tronos. Welcome to YouTube instead of Twitch. I don't know, maybe I'm gonna be maybe a YouTube streamer from now on. Maybe that's how I just do. Also, I need to get better at Scorpions, guys. I need you guys to help me. And by that, I mean, I just need to get better at Scorpions. There's nothing you guys can do to assist me, I know that. But if there was something that you could do, I'd accept any assistance. But there's nothing you can do. I gotta just... The being good at Scorpions was in it. It was in me all along. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We got an ally over there getting taken to Pound Town. Population, his rectum. No. His rectum. There's like a guy here. Why are we not blowing him up? So I know that I missed the majority of those shots. I know I wasn't leading my shots. Shut up. Why not Twitch? I don't know. Average viewers is lower. I mean, I was actually doing nothing but Twitch my entire streaming career. And then I came here for like 11 seconds and I outperformed it forever. So we're just going to sit right on him because porcupines have splash damage. Ghost Scorpion meta win? I mean, theoretically that could be real soon. Use the Hippogriff on Scorps to pre-aim at enemies when just leave cover. You know, should we do that, chat? Should we cut ourselves a Hippogriff Scorpion build? Should we cheese it? What are you guys thinking? I don't have a Scorpion build, so let's be completely honest with each other. I'd never lie to you, chat. Okay, well, I might. But I'd never lie to you to your face and then confirm I have lied to you, chat. That I would do. That I would never... Wait, hold on. Long story short, chat, we have a tenuous relationship. But regardless of how tenuous our relationship is, I ain't got a Scorp build. People keep giving me Scorpion builds. They're like, this is the ultra meta shit, dog. It's the dankest of memes. Ah. And I'm like, okay, cool. And I look at the Scorpion build and I'm like, you know, not for me. And that has happened many a time. Many a time. Yeah. And so that's my current issue. I have to do something about these legs. The issue with these legs right now is that these two legs, when they hit this leg, they just hit that leg. And they just take both legs off. But anyway, regardless of that, that's a minor aside. Yeah. Therein is the issue that I'm having. I am bad at Scorpions, and it's the only relic I purchased. I'm genuinely ass at them. I've not put forth any effort, and this is being super honest, to get better with them. Nor shall I. No, I'm kidding. I guess I'll have to eventually. But to be super honest, I'm dog shit with Scorpions, and I have never gotten any better with them. I know that in order to succeed in CW and blah 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 blah, I gotta do better. Do better, Senator. But yeah, I know I have to do better. But who's got that kind of time, you know? Do you guys got that kind of time? I ain't got that kind of time. Oh no, why would you do that? Why would you let them know you have retchers? trying to find where they could be, but even with Falcon and the Epic Vibe, it doesn't matter who's my co-driver is. I'm just shit with Scorpions. Like, the problem is entirely my own. It is that I am dog shit with Scorpions. I get it. Oh, ow, my bottom. What the? Who? How dare you? This dude's using. Ow. 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 Oh, God, my rectum. My rectum, no. My rectum. I'm trying to waste as much of this guy's time as possible. I've already lost all my weapons. I'm just trying to waste his time. Ow. And maybe get my fuel out of here. Nicky Bot, get him. Get this guy, Nicky Bot. Get him. I gotta get out of here with my fuel. I gotta get out of here with my fuel. If I make it. Why not replace the Starfalls with a real weapon? The entire point of this build was to make it a Starfall build. The trick was that I wasn't going to have a real weapon to begin with. No, teammates! No! They're not going to win this one, are they? Oh my god. Nicky Bot? Are you cracking off, Nicky Bot? That's not good. Alright, Nicky Bot's not cracking off. And I'm receiving artillery fire, so it's time to suicide. So, Scorpions are a very interesting beast, right? For those of us who are unaware, Scorpions obviously are not hit scan. And you have to lead their shots. So I am I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not, again, I would never lie to you, chat. Even see if they believe that shit. No, regardless of how much you do or don't believe that I would or would not lie to you, I'm not gonna lie to you about this because it's not worth my time. I'm just gonna tell you the truth. I am. How is this meta? Is this just because the placements on the cabin? Anyway, it's just I can shoot cannons. I can. Truly I can. I don't have any problems with cannons. Cannons are my jam. They are my Jimmy Jim jam. So if you've got cannons, I got your back. If for whatever reason I can fire cannons over great distance, I can just land shot after shot after shot after shot. I don't have a problem with that. Scorpions can't do it. I miss shot after shot after shot after shot. It is embarrassing how bad I am with Scorpions. Like, I wouldn't want to be seen with me. I wouldn't want to be even seen on my own stream firing these things. I'm just like, oh, look at that. I missed. Again. Oh no, I'm dog shit. Are sideways hovers still a thing? No. So sideways hovers kind of died off. Wow, this guy's just scorping it up. And has an emergency fuck you pine in case someone rushes him. How fucked up is that? We're gonna get him! Fuck you pine. But yeah, no. Sideways hovers are no longer a thing. They killed those off. And the reason why they killed them off was... That's a good question. Why did they kill them off? They just didn't want to do it anymore. How am I bad with Scorpions? I'm just bad. I'm just bad. Like, I can use... Like, if this were tsunamis, if they were typhoons, if they were executioners, if they're mammoths, I don't have a problem. No problem. For some reason, my brain automatically... Maybe it's because of all the years that I spent playing War Thunder, years playing World of Tanks. If you guys have ever remember the very first game, the little castle game, the lowest power score Scorpion. What is this? 8.4k Scorpion. Yes! 8.4k in dual Scorp. You've got 12 shots. Yes! Oh my god. Why did you buy if you sold Scorps? Well, what would I buy? I wouldn't buy anything else. Astraeus feels pretty good, but Scorps feel like shooting a refrigerator with the damage of a 2x4. Damn. But yeah, I do have Scorpions. But I don't have a Scorp build. Let's just grab a Scorp build using, I don't know, what are those fucking things called? Let's grab a Dead Man. Like, this build to me looks cool, but I think handles like dog shit. Like, for me, this build handles like dookie dog shit. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the difference between Scorpions and Cannons. Look at them. Look at what they're doing right there. See how they're all pointing around and being all retarded? Yeah, I used the R word. Fight me. That's the problem, right? And so the only way that you can fix that is if you hold down Alt, except, oh wait, you can't. So you can't use automatic steering in Scorpions, right? Notice how the guns always look basically straight up. It's because they're trying to look over that object, right? So if I keep spinning and maintaining the same angle, the guns they get all stupid. And so cannons don't have that problem. That's the thing. Cannons simply don't... Oh, look at that. 12 fucking damage. God fucking damn it. Like, I'm just bad. I just don't get it. If someone wants to explain to me how to Scorp, I am all ears. But I hate the fact that Scorpions, when unlocked, do that. They look all derpy. Are these Icky 4s? They probably are, right? God damn it. Also, the fact that Icarus 4s somehow overtook Icarus 7s as the primary hover, that bothers me. To no end, so we're gonna try it. Fuck it. Let's we got one final thing to do before I black out tonight. Let's try and make a Scorp build. Why no Tsunami? Oh my god. Michelle Obama is a man. Alright. I'll tell you a brief story. Goes a little something like this. I fucked up. The end. Story over, chat. Story over. And they all lived happily ever after. So a very long time ago, I rocked Tsunamis. And you might be wondering, Cardboard Ninja, how long ago? That's a good question. Current Tsunamis sell for $2,800. I bought mine last for $1,260.01. So we're going to say a long fucking time ago. And so what ended up happening was a friend of mine was talking to me and said, hey man, you're not going to believe this, but Tsunamis are like one of the cheapest legendaries, and they were. And I was like, you know what? I don't know, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't really matter. Long story short, I got one of them, and I made the other one. And so I had 2 Tsunamis. Great, thumbs up. And I did okay with them. Great, thumbs up. But what ended up happening was the penetration mechanics first round came through. And I was like, wait a minute, I didn't pay jack shit for these Tsunamis. I'm going to sell them for money. And that's when I fucked up. Because it was the same time that a Tsunami Fusion event rolled into town. And that Tsunami Fusion event be like, hey guys, how's it going? And everyone's like, what's up, you slutty Tsunami Fusion event? And the Tsunami Fusion event be like, well, I just happened to be buffing the shit out of you big boys. And everyone's like, what? That's crazy. Long story short, this horror event showed up and it fucked the shit out of the tsunamis. That's the worst explanation. But it happened exactly like that. So I tried to get rich fast. And I'm like, you know what? I'll sell these tsunamis now during this horror event. And I did. And it was a mistake. I should have fused my tsunamis in the horror event. Should have made them super strong like everybody else. Because for, I'd say even up to this very second that I speak, they're still completely CW viable. 100%. Because it was the best fusion. 10% durability, 9% reload at the time. Now it's 10% reload. And projectile speed. And so I screwed myself. Does that answer the question of why do I not have tsunamis? And they all lived happily ever after. Oh, don't worry, I have mammoths. Oh my goodness. I picked that shit right up. I was like, ooh, mammoths. So we good on that. But getting dick down on the Namis, that happened. This is not a good build. I really shouldn't do this. Mammoths are phenomenal, by the way. Alright, so what we need is, I'm just trying to envision in my brain pan a good hover base. I think the only hover base I ever made that I actually liked is this one. But I know it can't be used here. But it gives me ideas. Thor is so small. Yep. That's the reason why the Thor is bullshit. Tis bullshit, chat. Tis a bullshit. What we need is ammo crates. This is another problem. Like, they nerfed the expanded ammo packs. Such bullshit. Because everyone was using them as armor! Thanks, assholes! We need a flywheel. Because we need it. We need... I mean, technically you're always supposed to bring a Colossus. I mean, it's not that I dislike the Oppressor or anything like that. The Oppressor is actually pretty good. Close second. And we have 1 energy left. I think I need a cloak. It's either a cloak or a radar. You know what? We're going to do something different. We're going to mix things up just a bit. Nope. I'm going to drop a verifier on this bish. All right. So now all we have to do is identify and utilize the correct placement for hovers. Great, because I know where those go. We need to identify the appropriate size. We need to maybe break away ammo crates. Maybe. Ugh, damn it. Why is this so tough every fucking time? I hate this job. Alright. Used to work with a guy. His name was Oscar. And no, I'm not making it up. It just took me a while to remember his name. Anyway, this guy named Oscar, I only worked with him for a very, 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 very brief period of time, but it was really funny. It was really funny. Because I was trying to teach this guy the ropes of the job, and I remember him getting super frustrated. And after I told him how to do something, he was like, I hate this job! And I laughed so hard. Like the hot dogs? What are we talking about? Anyway, I'll forever remember Oscar because of that. I'm like, job, man. Way to say what you feel. We want something like this. Oh, Oscar. Yeah, like Oscar Mayer Wiener, yeah. But yeah, no, he was a good guy. I'll forever remember him. Because he hated that job. God damn it, Oscar. Hate this job. Look, you know there's an old saying, and that's any landing you can walk away from is a good landing. There's another saying. I'm going to invent it right now. Any job that pays your bills. Good job. You just gotta eat it sometimes, nah, I mean. We need the most overpowered. By the way, if anyone was wondering, hey, Cardboard Ninja, what is the best visor? It is the Iris. By far and away, the Iris is the best visor. Not even close. You're wondering, but wait a minute, what about shut your mouth? I already told you the answer. It's not even close. Nice. We're going to set the verifier to... No, we're going to set the hippogriff to mouse 2. Obviously, we're going to grab Falcon. That reload dough. All right. Do we want engine in front? And the reload module in front? I don't know. You guys tell me. Like, what do these guys use? Looks like they have the reload module directly in front. But their engine is... Also in front and low, right here. This is the engine. And there's the reload module. They just stack it directly in front of the cabin. But then again, this is like a, you know, a dead man version. I mean, it makes sense, but... I don't know if they have it on a Mori, though. Do I scoot everything forward by one and Mori it? No, probably not. Sure, let's put a gap in there. What's a good gap filler? It's not Founder, it's Machinist. The thing I'm looking for is the excavator hood, and that's what I want to put here. There we go. But can you use Nutella to see their Thor? I don't know what you just said to me. Are you Splatacake? Maybe you're not, but you sound like Splatacake. You do engine in the back because it slows you down too much when lost? Yeah, I mean, I can see that. But being dead is a pretty big factor in being fucked over in this game. I've noticed that. I kind of want to do breakaway ammo. And so I'm going to. We're going to do breakaway ammo. We're going to use the off-roader vehicles parts. These are actually some of the best parts in the entire game to perform breakaway parts. Because now if they slip a shot in to hit your ammo, it slips right off your build. Why not be clever? There's a way to do this even more clever. Brain, kick in, help me out. Brain be like, nah, dog. Thanks, Brain. I'm tired. So one, we're pushing towards maximum tonnage because we're not using Icarus 4s, because god damn it. Stupid video game. No, I mean, there was a time when they even offered the trade. What sons of bitches. I'm sorry, I feel completely and totally used. But there was a time when they were offering the hot swap. You could choose between Icarus 4s and Icarus 7s. And it's like, oh, if you have an Icarus 4, you can just trade. If you've got Icarus 7, you can just trade. It's all good, no problems. And I was like, oh, wow, I can finally get rid of these Icarus 4s that I've fused and get sweet-ass Icarus 7s. And then, lo and behold, the video games, by the way, fuck Icarus 7s in the mouth. What? Yeah, no, we're just doing that. Fuck Icarus 7s in the mouth. I was pissed. Oh, that is not good. That is not good. Do you see that? The fact that you can, in one Scorp shot, blast off all of the parts. That's crazy. That's crazy. There's a crazy line lined up right there. Why do I have Scorps and not Typhoons / Mastodons? So Typhoons are an interesting beast, right? You can't just ask that. You can't just come up to me and be like, whoa, dog, why don't you have these things instead of these things? Because in reality, Typhoons were very, very bad for a very, very long time, right? So you kind of know the answer. Typhoons were the cheapest relic for an exceptionally long time. And that's not knocking anyone who was good with them. That's not knocking anyone who managed to put in work with them. But let's be completely clear, they were ass. Hold on a second. You're saying the tsunami was good. Hold up, wait a minute. You gotta understand that yes, the tsunami was good, but what you have to remember is the tsunami got good on its own accidentally. Like that, like it was perked up first. They were just trying shit out. The tsunami was good always because it was cheap. Right? That's the thing that you have to remember. The tsunami was, as you saw, pretty goddamn cheap. Really, Scorpions have a lot of push potential if they can plow through all of that without anything. All right, whatever. We need cast. If I'm right, this should save the final part. Yeah. Test it again to make sure. But anyway, I digress. Just because the Icarus, I'm sorry, not Icarus, just because the tsunami was good doesn't mean the typhoon was good. Typhoon used to be phenomenal. Like, hold up, like, just so we know, because I'm certainly sure many of us already know this, but there was a point in time when the typhoon was arguably one of the best relics, if not the best relic. How? Is it because it's pushing directly through all that frame? Probably because it's pushing all the way through that frame, but that's a hell of an annoying shot that exists that can't be stopped. Like, I'm fairly certain that this thing can be shot through. Hold on. Like, if you aim at the frame on this thing, oh no. Dang it, I don't have all the parts. But like a singular frame level shot will punch right through this build. Whatever. We didn't got time for this. I want to elbow. We want the Eagles. I'd like these to be locked, but we'll never get that done tonight. Oh, I kind of got distracted. Sorry about that. Remember, I'm also tired, so... You'll have to forgive me. Forgiveness, please. One of the other things that you have to note about the Typhoon was way back in the day, the Typhoon's perk was so strong. It had just about the strongest perk in the entire game. Because you know how there's the spark and the flash? Yeah. Imagine if you could use the spark and the flash's maximum perk all the way fully stacked, right? Sure, Tronos. Like, fully stacked all the way to the brim. And then you could hit someone with it from across the map. That was the original perk of the Typhoon. And that was a super death sentence. What people would do is they obviously would mouse button 1, mouse button 2, and they'd hit you with 1 to turn off your car. And then you couldn't move for like, I think it was 2 seconds? Hold on. Because I know they nerfed the perk again recently, but it doesn't matter. 2.5 seconds. So, yeah, for whatever the perk used to be, so 3 to 4 seconds, your car turned off. And you were just completely fucked. You just couldn't do anything. That's what the original perk was, and it was very good. And then they said, you know what? That's too good. And they nerfed it. And then they made it completely useless, which is what it is now. The perk on the Typhoon is complete ass. What if the Typhoon Daze combo could work? I mean, what's stopping it from working? Stupid fire starter. Be the worst. Worst hover build in A. How do they do this? Like, they just... I'm assuming it's with Icarus 4s. This has Icarus 7s, but I'm positive, yeah, they're Icarus 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. I don't have Icarus 4s? How are they pulling off this much crazy armor? I'm looking for... What's their engine? It's just a Colossus. Is there anything new and weird that works in CW nowadays? Ugh. Your guess is as good as mine. I would assume no. But then again, What do I know, right? Should I just copy this guy's? I mean, the problem is, even if I did, I'd have to try and reverse it. Ugh. I'm not in the mood for that. One 10,007. What's mine at? Not there yet. Gotcha. So he moves. So mine is in reverse. He is getting narrower and narrower. Interesting. Not that that changes anything, but anyway. What's interesting is, for whatever reason, that guy chose to use back ends. They're 288 kilograms. That's a lot of weight for what you get out of that. It's only 155 for 288. See, and there's the other problem. I don't want to interrupt the scorpion's function. Torture. I'm assuming this guy doesn't give a shit about that, though, clearly. Do sideways trombones work? No. If sideways trombones worked, it would be the only thing that you'd ever see. You know that. It's clever. So you've been watching clan battles and learning. One of the things you don't understand about Leviathan builds is the cabin always seems to be exposed. Okay, so the reason is because you're not trying to protect the cabin of a Leviathan. You're trying to protect the guns of a Leviathan. Does that make sense? So the idea is this: if your opponent is trying to plow through your build, right? What you don't want them to do is plow through your guns. And the reason why is because if you don't have guns, you can't shoot back. I know that seems silly or simple or like I'm oversimplifying it, but that really is the case. The absolute reason is because you really don't want to lose your guns, because a Leviathan without guns is useless, right? So yes, Leviathans lock on. So if you take a look at like any of these, right? The idea is they only aim at cabins, right? So this is going to lock onto the cabin of my Leviathan. All the weapons. And so all the weapons are going to try and fire through the build to get to the cabin. And the cabin just so happens to be hanging out the back, as it always is, right? Notice how none of the shots are going towards the guns. They're all going to the cabin. And so your goal is to protect your guns so that your guns don't get stripped, so that you can maintain an insane amount of firepower. Once a Leviathan loses its firepower, it is not a pretty sight. It is not a pretty sight indeed. You know what? Let's go to battle. I know that sounds that's silly, but I'm actually doing it. I'm going to give this try in its current state. I'm certainly sure I'm going to do badly, but we're going to give it a try. Adelina sideways. You can't do sideways trombones. I'm assuming you mean pointing the trombones directly at your opponent. So players, when they fight one of these Leviathans, or any Leviathan, are always aiming at the guns, because there's no true way to know where the cabin is. But if you put the cabin in the middle of your build, what that means is splash damage will splash from the cabin onto the frame and likely deframe you. Whereas if your cabin is hanging out the back of your build, shots that would naturally miss you or hit low and behind you don't hit your frame at all. No, Lithuania, don't do this. See what I'm talking about? Just pure missing. This guy's going to get in the way, so I won't be allowed to shoot. Ah, just terrible shots. Like, it just doesn't feel right. Complete miss. Complete miss. Like, you're seeing my shots, right? Miss. But not on cannons? What do you mean not on cannons? Miss. Oh, fucking hit someone at random. Miss. Stationary target. We lose. Why do I keep missing? I'm shit at scorpions. I don't know why. For some reason, I can't land a scorpion shot to save my fucking life. I'm just bad with them. I don't know why. I want to be good with them, but I cannot land scorpion shots. Here's the thing, though. I don't have a single problem with cannons. When it comes to cannons, I got it. I got no problems. I'll fire across a map all day long. It doesn't matter how slow my cannon is. I will still fire across the map and do just fine. I can't do it with the scorpions. I can't. It's because there's no projectile drop or something. It just doesn't feel natural. Like, the crosshair is different. Like, there's all sorts of dumb reasons. I don't think any of them are good. But I'm bad at scorpions. I don't land scorpion shots. $77. 39. Good job, teammates. Just ram it on up there. Great. Miss. Just misses. Like terrible. Teammates. Scorpion, I guess. So Scorpion, air quotes, feels like hit scan. But what's really funny is, as fast as the Scorpion's projectile is, it's pretty slow. It's just a slow-ish firing, flat trajectory shot. Long story short, like, we can psychoanalyze this all day long. I'm just dog ass with Scorps. Everyone's got their weaknesses. No, Joe Yank. No. Or Joe Yunk. No. I have always had this problem. I personally have always been dog shit with Scorpions. Personally, I've always been bad. I'm not blaming lag. I'm not blaming ping. I'm not blaming anything. I am just complete. I've always been bad with Scorpions. I can play any cannon. Any cannon. I just can't play Scorps. This stupid game. The fucking breakers. I'm just dead. Oh well, our team was getting like completely bowled over anyway. Wow, we're getting plowed. This guy's trying to fight back with Punishers against Gravistars at point blank range. Unfortunately, he's like sitting on his only gun. That's not good. Whoa! Oh, he shot a bot across the smell. Oh, you're dead. Oh. Nope. Got some wheels. Hey, this is that build I was looking at in the exhibition. I remember it because of the these things going in the opposite directions. He slapped those gravs off. Oh, that sucks. 300 damage to the face. Are we gonna win this just because these guys might not... Are the bots stuck over here? Nope. Bot's not stuck. That was a good shot. This guy's got 25 shots to finish 2 bots that I don't know where they are. Are the bots crippled? I don't know. No, adapters don't feel like they'd be good for practice. No, triple executioners aren't going to work. So way back in the day, executioners used to be one of the cheapest buy-ins to CW because the way the perk worked, the fact that cannons didn't do bullet damage, they all did 100% blast. Executioners ended up being quite good. So you could actually, triple executioner actually outdamaged tsunamis, like dual tsunamis. Didn't outdamage the typhoons though, but it did outdamage tsunamis. And so originally triple executioner was valid. It's just not anymore. The reason why it's not valid is twofold. One, the damage is abysmal, right? So this is just so people might be wondering, well, why aren't executioners valid? We may as well do this because we got time. The executioner does like I think 101 bullet damage or something like that each. So triple executioner is doing 300 bullet damage. To put this in perspective, that Ripper does 300 damage each. Each Ripper does 300 damage. You just aren't keeping up. Like your damage just doesn't keep up. So that is the reason why you can't use executioners. Crickets work. I mean, if you've got fused crickets for fire rate, they may very well be back in open season for CW. Standard non-fused crickets or crickets that are fused for anything other than fire rate, I doubt it. In fact, I think my crickets are not fused for fire rate because, of course, why would they be? Spread, rate of fire. God damn it. Of course I have one of rate of fire. So this is a perfectly fused cricket-ish. The mass isn't what I'd want. I'd prefer the durability, but it's close. So I have to refuse my shit crickets off of spread into fire rate. 25% fire rate. That's ridiculous. I will admit, being able to see the people at the start of the match is pretty sick. That I will admit is pretty sick. $82 damage, baby. William, what are you doing, bro? Miss. It's like that guy's intentionally pushing him to safety. Corn Pop says, thank you for all the info. Ease off. Thank you, Corn Pop. We gotta start landing shots. Not good. I'm trying to predict their motions because I have to. Really? Video game. Okay. Oof, that's a lot of penis. My pee-pee. Wee. Terrible. Also, I think that the build could do better, but I mean, they can always do better, right? All right, guys. I'm gonna wrap it up soon anyway. You know what's really interesting? I get these super chats, and I see them in the chat, and I respond to them immediately. But for some reason, there's like a delay between when it like says, "By the way, this dude super chatted you," and because I've already responded. Like, I'm not gonna respond again. I'm just kidding. Have a good night, CornPop82. But in the meantime, anybody know how I fix that delay so that when someone super chats, I'm able to see it at the same time as it plays the happy notification. So that way I can be like, hey everybody, X, Y, or Z super chatted X amount of dollars and says this, and I'll then, you know. Oh, quarter pounder ring's going to bed? Alright. Fine, I guess I'll figure it out myself. This is what Google's for anyway. I'll figure this out with my Google skiznils. I'm the best. Around. Nothing's ever gonna get you down. So far, this new cabin is not terrible, by the way. For those of us who were wondering if it was terrible or not, obviously many people already know it isn't terrible. But yeah, no, that being able to see people through walls stuff, pretty good. It's pretty good. Making me hungry with that username. Crazy Ninja. What? What? How dare you? Fucking teammates. Ugh, I'm gonna get shot in the fucking side, aren't I? Yep. Thanks, teammates. Alright, Crazy Ninja. All yours, buddy. Nice. What I'm talking about. Yeah, fuck you, Pines. Here we go. An ammo crate that he's using on the front of his build. We gotta avoid those cap cans no matter what. Really, video game? Do I think Gravistar Dog is CW capable? I mean, if you have to. In reality, I wouldn't do it, but if you have to. So we have to fix our Scorpion build, but again, like, what are we going to do here, right? Oh, Crazy Ninja's super richer than I am, though. He's rocking triple fucking porks, so what do I know? Damn, I'm fighting up with some rich people here. Quad porks! Get shit on, Crazy Ninja. This dude's got way more money. We need to bring back CW Melee. It'd be nice if he did. But I don't know, like, so... Interesting. How big is this? This is a very interesting build. I'm gonna assume... Yeah, I don't need to assume. I can see them. Icarus 4s. So here's the issue with Gravistars. As strong as Gravistars are, in offense, in defense, they are completely valueless. The sheer fact that the perk itself hurts itself is pretty rough. You have to run... you can run it with a Kami, and that can actually negate its own negative side while providing 100% of the benefits, if you didn't know that. But the Gravistar itself... it's so niche and it's so rough because just one slip up, one fuck up, and you lose everything. So that's the problem, right? Alrighty. I mean, it's possible, just like Fire Dogs are possible, but I don't think it's going to be meta, and I don't think it's going to be effective for very long. That's my honest opinion on Gravistars in CW. Gravistars are a great gun. Don't get me wrong. Like, I love Gravistars. Right? I love me some Gravistars. They're some good stuff. They pound. They strip people apart. They're very brutal. You can use them either normally like this. You can use them attached with claw wheels, which you most likely should. You can use them with the photon cabin. You can use them with all sorts of shit. Gravistars clap, right? They do. They're one of the highest, if not the highest DPS weapon in all of Crossout. No joke. But regardless of how much damage they simply pour out, and by the way, you'll note, if you see how rapidly this is pushing up the damage ball, do you remember when I was using Cyclones, and I was using the number like 2444? Yeah, no, this is just 2 Gravistars on a Torero cabin, not using claw wheels, not using the photon, right? Triple Gravistar photon and do 9,999 damage in 10 seconds, easy. Easy. So they really hurt, but the problem is they have the same problem that Retchers have, right? And that problem is they can get slapped off your build really fast. Hippo with melee Tormentor win. I don't have Tormentor. Double Harvester W Tormentor has been doing okay. I mean, oh, Double Harvester with the Tormentor. I mean, I guess the answer, I mean, if you're hunting and down hovers, any melee build will do. Or Draco? Omamori Odin? Oh, Odin. Fuck. I'm like, Quad Draco, how are you getting that Odin? Yeah, that'd do it. That's probably one of the more hyper meta builds that's out there right now. Like, this is the reason why I don't like the Odin. People in squads and teams that have the Odin, like 4 builds with the Odin are gonna be ridiculous. You can run triple Cyclone, you can run quad fucking Draco, you can run triple Breaker. Like, all things that you could do before but were entirely not viable are now viable. Triple Breaker works all of a sudden because you can do Triple Breaker with a singular radiator or and a cloak, or triple breaker with double radiators now. It's insane, right? That's how much one energy changes the game. It's pretty fucking nuts. And so it puts everybody who doesn't have that 8 trombones, puts everybody who's doesn't have the Odin just far behind the curve. Pretty brutal. All right, I'm falling asleep. I'm tired. I'm exhausted, guys. Thank you very much for joining me on this stream. Thank you very much for joining me on my shitty journey of being bad with scorpions and making a terrible scorpion hover. I think what I'll have to do is in my off time and or tomorrow on stream, make a new scorpion hover and get good at it. Because I'm bad at it. A cheap CW build. Tsunamis. So if you go to exhibition, remove all the parts. Is it Hennes? I'm pretty sure it's Hennes. Hold on. Or Haynes. Haynes is actually a cool cat from my... Oh, hold on. This is in alphabetical order. Dang it. HANNE0ZZ. He stopped playing? What? How sad is that? HANNEZZZ. HANNEZZZ. Gotta look into a reason why that is. He's got a YouTube channel. God damn it. What do you want to bet uppercase, lowercase matters? Yeah, wait, hold on this. Yeah, it does matter. No, wait. Hold on. God damn, I'm stupid. Because I'm so tired right now. Yeah, no. HANNE0ZZ. Does he not have anything on the exhibition? Get rid of trending, because that's probably one of the reasons. Yeah, there we go. So this is a build that I helped him make a while ago. Obviously, it needs to be updated because it's overweight now, but this is one of those hyper meta dual tsunami builds. He used this all the time, and it's super functional. So, and it's cheap. It's cheap, honestly. Hadron, Spider. Oh, wow, he had prosecutors? He just had a prosecutor hover? Weird. He got fortunes, apparently. Didn't know that. Ah, yes, the brick. Ermac Miller brick. This, I don't know the difference between this and his other build. I'd have to look. But basically, yeah, he put a whole fuckload of frontal armor in front of his his cabin. But long story short, this is a good build. It in general is cheap. It in general works. He was starting on reverse hovers. Oh my god, this guy. Haynes, bro. Haynes. Oh my god. I gotta find out what happened to him. I'll figure that out later. But, yeah, no. This is cheap, right? So if you go to the market, crack open Tsunami, you're looking at 3K. You're looking at, so you're looking at 6K from that, and you're looking at 3.4K, so 3.5K for the cabin. What are your favorite rarity? Epic. Okay, so don't are you okay? Advanced guard. You got to be kidding me, my man. Whirlwind is not a CW weapon. You don't use this for CW. You don't use it for just about anything. I've ranted about autocannons a million times. I'm gonna save everyone's ears and not rant again. Whirlwind's not good enough to use in CW. It doesn't have the power. It just does not hit hard enough. So the idea is this: as there are less players in a match, your contribution to success becomes more important dramatically. In an 8v8, your contribution to your team's success is 1 out of 8. In a 4v4, it is twice as important, right? So it means that you can't waste shots, you can't use weapons like the Whirlwind, you can't suck. It basically is clutch time 24/7. Does that make sense? I don't want to. I'm not ragging on you, Advanced Guard. If Whirlwinds are what you got, and you're in a clan that's doing CW, then you got to do what you got to do. Fair enough. But if you have a choice, you're going to want to go away from Whirlwinds. Locust Trombone, Harpy, scene work, but you need to armor them like crazy. Yeah, but those builds are crazy. So Locusts are phenomenal, by the way. Like, if you've ever seen the Locust builds that are out there, they all do the same thing. It's 3 Locusts vertically placed with a gajillion points of armor between you and the enemy. Something like this, but not really. Pretty sure trending is what we want. And recently, you could have gotten fused Locusts. This is the shit. This garbage. Where you got triple Locusts between, just sandwiched between massive armor. Right? And so these builds are just peak builds, right? Fire your Locusts, you hide behind something, then you peek out and you fire again, you hide behind something, fire out, and you just do that over and over again. And you do it better than I'm doing right now. I'm demonstrating it poorly. But yeah, Locusts are great. They are much more powerful than Pyralids. I do recommend. If you got them during the previous event that happened, good job. If you didn't, like me, I was planning on getting them, but I just didn't have the time. But yeah, if you can get them, get them. Locusts hurt. Locusts are actually a very good weapon, even though they're merely just an upgrade to the Pyralid, which is just merely an upgrade to the Wasp, but for some reason is pack only. Yeah, they're very, very, very good. So I do recommend them. Yeah. Interesting how they're using it with the Catalina, but everyone uses everything with the Catalina. Locust Trombone, Harpy. Yeah, no, sorry, I just read that. All right, thank you guys for joining me. I already said thank you and good night earlier, but I ended up getting distracted by you guys because you guys keep talking, and I do like to keep, answering questions. So I am, in fact, going to go to sleep regardless of anything. I think that I'm not going to trash this, even though it's trash. I know that doesn't make sense, but long story short, there's something here. In other words, I think I can mold a real build out of this when you've given enough time. But for right now, because of the fact that I ain't got the time, I'm going to go to bed. I want to, again, thank you guys for joining me. Like and subscribe, etc., etc., etc. I hope you guys have fun,